we have to, I sent it to Paige to have her verify, and we're going to have to have a relevant municipal ordinance or municipal resolution, which is going to be done at a special town meeting. That's what we're shooting for.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the Limington 2025 town meeting. The first order of business is to have Limington Cub Scout 315 present the colors and pledge allegiance. So if you'd all please stand. Color Guard, advance the colors. We'll now recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may post the colors. Color Guard dismissed. Thank you. Just
Emo? One on each side.
can you
Huh? I just received this at 4:30 last night.
Poke a hole in the
So I just want, this is from Conway. We just had an additional 4 applicants sent in for a total of 9 applicants so far for the
Okay, now that I've gotten in my seat and hopefully don't fall off it, the first order of business is to announce the election results, and they are as follows. For Selectman Assessor and Overseer of the Poor, a 3-year term, Michael Barden, 17, David Salazar, 87, Howard Allen, 1, Tim Bickford, 1, Emil Braley, 1, Dennis Dowdy, 2, and Bruce Washburn, 1. For Planning Board, 3-year terms that vote for 3 people, Bob Gervais, 100, Victor Kundashore, 88, Pete Langevin, 83, Grace Davis, 2, Dick Jarrett, 1, Dan Kidd, 1, and Bruce Washburn, 1. For the trustee to the Memorial Library, a 5-year term, Sheila McDonough, 121. And for tax clerk, tax collector, and treasurer, Patty Ramsdale, 120. Also, let me just, excuse me a minute. If you notice, we have a little different setup here this year. The budget committee is over here, the department heads are over here. When the articles are read, we'll do the usual routine of motion, second, and then the select person who's in charge of that article speaks, and then the budget committee will address the issues if they have positions on it. The department heads are here to answer questions, so they will not be initially making comment on the initial article. The next thing is to say that we will be using the main moderator's manual for the rules and regs of the meeting as usual. I'd ask you all to mute your cell phones, please. When you're recognized, there are 2 mics. You go to either one, if you would please. State your name and street number. Anyone who's not a registered voter in town should go, please, to the back of the room. Please be respectful at all times. People who speak at first obviously have the right to speak, but they cannot speak a second time until everyone has had their first chance to speak. And there will be only comments that reference the articles that are up for discussion. If there are any personal attacks or anybody gets out of line, I will speak to Ben and he will turn your microphone off. And if you feel the need to have side conversations, please go out in the, either outdoors or out in the hallway. It makes it very difficult to hear, particularly in the back of the room. And I just ask that all, just for decorum, I ask that all questions go through the moderator. So the first order of business is to ask you to vote to allow Representative Blyer, Senator Libby, Craig Gallino, who's our CEO, he does not live in town, and Madison Moody, the Recreation Director, who does not live in town. Ask you to, is there a motion to allow them to speak? You don't want to hear from them?
Jake.
Jake, is there a second? Second. Okay. Thank you, Owen. All in favor? Okay, so the next order of business is to go to our representatives, and I don't know whether Mr. Blyer or Mr. Libby, whoever wants to go first.
Thank you. I'm James Libby, and I just want you to know that you guys voted the wrong way. If you want a shorter meeting, but I am going to speak to you today through the chair about some of the really tough issues that we've been facing this year in the Maine legislature. And so the first thing I want to talk about is that we have had a very difficult budget impasse in the last few weeks, and many of you have heard about it. A lot of the controversy, it really surrounds the Maine Care program. 1 out of every 3 citizens, so many people in this room, use Maine Care. And I believe, and others believe like me, that Maine Care is a good program. The 1 in 3 part is maybe the part that concerns some people. For example, because 1 in 3 are on Maine Care, and because the state pays about 89% of the true cost to the hospitals, every time a Maine Care patient goes to a hospital, the hospital essentially takes a loss. When they do, the only people that they can raise the price on are the private pays, so the other 2/3. So it's a really difficult, almost an untenable circumstance that we are trying to negotiate on. I was writing a letter this morning to a resident of a town next door to here who has a son who has the kinds of needs that where he wants to assure that Maine Care funding keeps flowing. And it's ever so important that it does for somebody in need like that. And I'm fully aware of that and want to do everything I can to make sure that happens. At the same time, there's a $500 million shortfall in the program. We borrowed from a stabilization fund in order to fund the program temporarily. That's what we're negotiating on in the new budget. That's a 1-year circumstance. Imagine going forward. There's a lot of thought out there about what can be done. Changing eligibility for people going forward might be one way to address the problem, as opposed to kicking people off Maine Care without any thought or care for them. I think that would be an unfortunate direction. I don't agree with that. But I do think that we do need to address the problem. And I just want you to know how sorry I am that these debates become so tense, and there's this threat that Maine Care recipients won't receive needed funds and be able to get the care that they need. We'll make sure that they do. We'll make sure that they do. Even if there was a budget impasse, the governor could put in a financial order and take care of the problem. So we want to make sure that you get that needed information, the true information, and that that you understand it. I mean, so for example, I was talking to Representative Blyer behind me, who does one heck of a job, by the way, about this issue. And if you're a Maine Care card holder, for example, there are caps to copays that I think need to be adjusted going forward. So for example, if you go to see a chiropractor, you're paying a $2 copay. Boy, I wish I had that. Boy, I wish I had that, but I don't. And I understand why I don't, because there are limited resources wherever we look. Look at the town. The other thing that we've brought into the negotiation that I think is really important to think about from this town standpoint is general assistance. General assistance to the city of Portland is in the many, many millions of dollars. Can somebody here tell me today how much Limington paid out in general assistance? in 2024.
Less than 3,000.
Less than 3,000. So I have 13 towns that I represent who are about in that same ballpark. Do you think I should go to bat for you? I think I should. Because what Portland is spending those millions of dollars of general assistance on is not what you and I are spending it on. It's other things that have different policy implications, and frankly, some of them are not acceptable. It's not fair to us because we're picking it up. We in the rural towns are picking up the cost of those policies by spending most of that general assistance money to the city of Portland. And when I say most, I want you to go to my Senator James Libby Facebook page, because I posted a pie chart of just how much Portland gets. It's most of the pie. And Portland doesn't need more. They're a city. They're our largest city. And I want to support them. I just want to make sure that we're working on your behalf to be fair about it. And that's what you sent me there for. These are really tough decisions. I'm always sorry if somebody gets caught in the crossfire, because I don't mean it to be that way. We try to negotiate. Unfortunately, what I'm running up against, I'm in the minority party. The majority party doesn't negotiate on these things. So it makes it really tough for us. I'd like to see divided government so that we can all work together. That's my goal. For next term, I'd just like to see divided. I don't want it all to go one way or the other, just divided government, make us all work together. So there's that, and I think I could probably stand here and talk to you about 100 more issues and really enjoy it, because I love public policy. I have a PhD in public policy. I love it. I'm a college professor right now at Thomas College as well, so I'm doing a lot of things, but my favorite thing is representing you, and that is a fact. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Madam Chair.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Blyer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Mark Blyer. I want to thank Senator Libby for his presentation this morning. He also does a good job in Augusta, and I appreciate him. I'm going to start off by just amplifying what Senator Libby had to say, because I did write numbers down for general assistance. Now, let me explain to you just at a little more basic term what's going on. The 2 years, we call them biennial budget. The last biennial budget that we passed has a shortfall of $120 million. That's what the supplemental budget is doing. It's trying to give $120 million to shore up the last biennial budget. When we talk about biennial budget moving forward, what we're working on is for 25, 26, 26, 27. So there's two different budgets. The supplemental is to cover the losses that the last biennial budget is not covering, and the biennial budget is going to be the next 2 years that we're working on. And in the supplemental budget, there was a disagreement. The governor put in Part S. It's called language. Part S put a cap on general assistance. And the reason for that, I'm going to explain it to you. When you look at municipalities across the state of Maine, if you take like Lewiston, who had a large asylum seeker population come to their municipality, they over the last 3 years, they averaged about $3.2 million in general assistance. You go to Bangor, they averaged $2.4 million. Go to Sanford, they averaged $1.4 million. South Portland, $2.5. Portland is at $78 million. And we allocate $22 million in 2 years biennial budget and another $14 million. So they're running at about $114 million. Now, if you think about that, Lewiston, who has the largest population at $3 million, that's 3,000% more. And that's why the governor put in Part S, is because Portland has run away with the state's checkbook. We're not against general assistance. We're just trying to claw it back because Portland is putting in, just like Senator Libby just mentioned. That's the only sticking point to the supplemental budget that the Democrats don't agree to. And the reason for that, because I serve on appropriations, is because the members on the appropriation committee that I serve with on the majority side are all from Portland and Lewiston. And it would be detrimental to their voting base if they voted against it. And the reason they don't want to put Part S in the supplemental budget, because if they did, they'd have members on the majority side that would vote for the Republicans, and this supplemental budget would pass. I've had so many emails from people saying that I should support the supplemental budget because main care is not going to get paid. Just like Senator Libby said, there's money there. The hospitals will get paid. This is just a campaign point to make the Republican looks like we're not doing anything in Augusta and we're stopping payment to main care. That is not happening. And even if the supplemental budget does not pass, they will get paid. So that, I think, is an important factor. Moving forward, the next biennial budget that we're going to be addressing is $11.63 billion. When Governor Mills took over in 8 years ago or 6 years ago, it was 7.8. So that's been the increase in our annual two-year budget, is from 7.8 billion to 11.63 billion is what we're looking at. There's a shortfall of 450 million. She's going to be making most of that up through increase in taxes. Cigarette tax of $1, streaming tax, 50 cents on a gallon of paint, 70 cents to prescription drug bottles, things of that nature. Now, seeing in appropriations, I can tell you that rural areas especially are being affected the most because of the way the structure is made for prescription drugs. Pharmaceutical companies, I just drew a blank. What do you call when you go to the store and drugstores are taking the majority of that impact? They don't have enough meat left on the bone to make any money, and so that 70 cents is going to really hurt a lot of rural drugstores because of the programs that they institute. For example, if they have cars that go out and distribute drugs to people, because they're not 5 minutes from a drugstore, they're 25, 30, 40 minutes from a drugstore. So they have cars that go out and distribute these drugs to these people that are not able to get to the store. These are important to the rural parts of our state. And the 70 cents tax is really going to put a damper on that. So these are the things that we're fighting for in Augusta that makes it very challenging. And I know that right now the pendulum with the President of our United States has really swung the other way. And if you're a Republican, you're really loving that. And if you're a Democrat, you're really hating that. The problem is this, and I'm going to say this. We're getting away from common ground. The more that pendulum swings one way or the other, the more we get away from the common ground. And the more we get away from the common ground, the less we're going to see eye to eye on issues. And so at the end of the day, there has to be movement on both sides. And I just hope that, we can come to some conclusion somewhere here in the near future that we can all start agreeing and moving the state in the right direction. Because in the last 4 years, our state has run simple majority budgets. And what that means is that the Republicans have had zero input in the last 4 years' budget of our state. And they do that through a loophole. On March 31st, they adjourn. 90 days from adjournment, the law is that it becomes law after 90 days of adjournment. That way there, the budget becomes law before July 1st. Our Constitution says we have to have a balanced budget by July 1st. The Democrats have done simple majority budgets where they pass whatever they wanted, adjourned, and then we've gone back to work. Right? And that's how these budgets have been passed. And so the Republicans had zero voice. In the past, there was negotiations where Republicans and Democrats negotiated together, got a 2/3 vote, and that's how budgets have been passed. This loophole that they've just realized has gone for the last 4 years, and we're going to be seeing that again. So by March 31st, you will see that we will adjourn, and a simple majority budget will have been passed. And that's what I don't agree with. Voices need to be heard, both sides, all people need to be represented, and that's what I'm fighting for in Augusta for you folks. So thank you very much, everyone, and if anybody has any questions?
If I might add, the telephone that rang and played bad to the phone while he was speaking was really appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Bonnie? Bonnie, everybody needs to go to the mic if you have a question.
Thank you, Bonnie Lord Laughlin, Cape Road. Representative Blyer just asked if we had questions. Is this an appropriate time then to ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you both for coming to talk to us today. I want to just offer that Senator Libby, I did hear from you that there are many cases to be made, many sides of the issues. And Representative Blyer, I heard from you that you want participation and want both sides, want to hear from both sides. I will be as brief as I can. Putting into the mix of what was just said here, insofar as Maine Care and Medicaid for Maine, in the rural districts especially, we are going to be hit very hard if our rural areas, if the residents and the providers and the facilities in our rural areas suffer because the funding for Maine Care, Medicaid, has any kind of a gap. And when I heard you say, Senator Libby, that not to worry, that it would be made up by the governor if needed, therefore it would continue. Thank you for that assurance, but it does also say that the legislature would not have voted for it. It would have been left to the governor to have the mechanism to do it. And so I feel that what this past Tuesday was, which was the opportunity for a 2/3 vote in the legislature to pass that emergency funding for Maine Care, would have been an opportunity for both sides to have come forward to say we don't want our residents and our facilities to suffer. And the rural areas will be the most hard hit, and we are in a rural area. That's my position, and I think the one of many others. And Senator Blyer, thank you for endorsing wanting to hear from both sides. You know, I feel there are at least two sides and maybe more, and I want to continue to feel that this is not looked at so much as a partisan issue. Any of these funding issues, especially for Maine Care, especially for our most vulnerable, especially for the fact that 50% of children in Maine, from all the statistics I've seen, depend on Maine Care. For that issue, I think there really is the opportunity for at least two sides.
Thank you, Bonnie. Are there any other questions for the representatives?
May I respond
Yes,
to that?
yes, certainly.
Thank you, Bonnie. I would like to respond to that because this is important, right? And when we say that Maine Care will be provided for, I can tell you at 2 o'clock in the morning when I was negotiating the supplemental budget and Ryan Fector, the Speaker of the House, was sitting across from me. Now, it doesn't matter if I vote for the supplemental budget. I need to bring a majority of my party onto that vote in order to get a 2/3 vote. And when we were discussing with the Speaker of the House, and I said, listen, I need GA in there so I can get some people of my party to help vote to pass the supplemental budget. He said, it doesn't matter. They're going to get paid anyways. And so we're not putting it in. And so what's important here is this. They already know that the Maine Care is not going to be affected. So please do not be fearful that not by passing a supplemental budget that Maine Care will be affected. It will not be affected. The supplemental budget, in my opinion, is basically a political propaganda. Maine Care will not be affected if the supplemental budget does not pass, and I can assure you of that.
Thank you. Yes, Senator.
Just my brief response would be, you know, I used to be a chair of the Maine Labor Relations Board, and good faith bargaining was trained to me, and I went down to Washington to the United States Labor Relations Board and received that training. And so the first thing that we learned was one side will make an offer and then the other side will make an offer, and there's some compromise. There was no offer from the side that we worked with. It was take it or leave it. So we're doing the best that we can. We're going to try to make sure that that money keeps flowing to the people that need it. We would definitely do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on now to the warrant articles. And by the way, if you don't have a warrant, they're out in the entryway on the table there. It probably would be helpful if you had one to follow along. So we're moving on to Article 3. To see if the town will raise and appropriate $996,235 for general town operations. Said funds to be allocated to. Now, I can either read all that, or if you all have a warrant, you can see what the budget was in 2024 and what the budget for 2025 recommendation is. So I'm going to open it up to the select board, and I keep forgetting that, don't I, Patty? Thank you. That's why she's helping me here. She's also going to catch me if I fall off the chair. Is there a motion on Article 3? Jake, motion, any second? Yes, Grace seconded. All right, I'm sorry, select person.
Okay. This Article 3 is up for your
Yes,
consideration.
yes.
If you want to see the breakdown, I think that was a question earlier. If you turn to page 18, you'll be able to see deeper dive into the generalized Article 3. All right.
Would it be appropriate to perhaps discuss where there are significant increases? Yes. They can't hear in the back. Okay. Can you turn it up, Ben? Can you hear us now? Is it better?
Can you,
Okay,
is this any better?
yeah, okay.
All right.
Do you want me to go down through what was last year and what was this year?
Yeah. No? Just entertain questions. I mean, everything is here in front of
Okay,
them.
all right. But, that is why it behooves you to have a warrant article, so you can do the comparisons, and maybe it will raise questions or not. Bonnie, yes. Yes, this is the appropriate time for questions. Go to the mic, name and street, please.
I was waiting to hear, is it okay to ask questions?
You know what, I keep, if I may.
They're specific.
I don't know if Tammy had more to say. I'm going to have both committees, of the Select Board and the Budget Committee, speak first. So if you just don't mind standing there for a minute, Bonnie. I'm getting used to the new arrangement here.
Well, no, I understand, and thank you for that, Joyce, but everything is here in front of them. So if they want to ask questions on what they are seeing, that's perfectly legitimate. I think just going over it is just going to slow it down, because everything is here. Everything that they want to see on page 9, you can turn to page 18. You can see the breakdown there on page 18. Okay, and then the questions can flow from that view.
Budget
I just
com-
have a
well,
couple of questions.
Just a minute, please. Budget Committee, is that your position? You're not going to take a stand on any of them?
I think
Well, we already have.
We have, and we'll hear the question.
Right, yeah. We're just waiting on the questions
Okay.
for clarification.
Bonnie?
Thank you. A couple of things just jumped out to me that I looked at page 18 and then thought I could get a little more clarification about. The town officials and the town clerk's office, looks like we're being asked to increase the salary of the select board assistant and bookkeeper to $53,040. And down below, I see for the town clerk treasurer, $52,559. And I'd like to be educated a little bit about, that sort of looks like a little bit of a disparity to me. I'm not that familiar with all the duties of the select board assistant bookkeeper. I'm a little bit familiar with the town clerk. We just voted her in again for the term that she wanted. She wanted to do that job again. She's been with us for many years, and her salary's still a bit less. I just wondered about that.
It
And then
had
I
been a
have one other
while
question.
since the bookkeeper, the town clerk had had any, we looked at different towns, at what the others are getting, the value of the work that is done in that office on a daily basis, and that's where that came from, Bonnie. You asked about the select board assistant bookkeeper and her job.
Yeah,
She does payroll, first thing. She takes all the purchase orders and verifies those against the invoices that come in, codes them correctly so that they're in here in the book correctly for us to see.
was this, fine, so, I'm just saying, I see a little bit of a disparity. Here's an individual who's served the town for many, many years in her position and still makes a little less than that one. This happens in businesses and companies, and you are the evaluators of how much money gets paid for each position. I guess I needed to hear what you said in terms of, and I'm also aware, in the case of this article, that for some reason, there are members of the Financial Advisory Committee who voted against it, and maybe I'll hear from them. I would like to hear from some of them who voted against it. But my only other question right now, and I know other people may have questions, still under this article, yes, legal. We know it's going to jump up to 77,000, which is a 107% increase. Yikes, please tell us what legal issues we're anticipating that require a 107% increase.
I would be glad to. We have had numerous issues that have required us to talk to our attorney. Which we can't talk about, right? We have issues that are ongoing that we have been advised not to speak to. There is also, we have to be represented in one area where our copay, out of pocket, is $25,000. We have to pay the first $25,000 or for the advice that we're getting on another issue, okay, which is why we went to that, because we have to pay that copay. We have to pay that upfront $25,000 first before MMA takes over and pays the rest of it. So that's why we had to increase it, because of litigation that we have ongoing that requires funds to pay for it.
And this happens that you can't let us know what they are. This happens.
Unfortunately, we can't. I'm sorry. We've been advised not to.
Does the Financial Advisory Committee know what it is?
No.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
This is about the legal thing, yeah.
Whether or not we know about
No, they do not know.
it. We know they exist.
Right.
This
It's
is
confidential information right now.
Another need for a town manager.
We're going to need to have the Budget Committee, when someone speaks, take the mic and pull it down so people can hear. The other question you had was the Budget Committee had a different vote on, they're here. The Budget Committee is here, Bonnie.
That's been brought to my attention by other folks here.
But, so
And I
you
just
asked-
want, thank you, may I just say, when I've brought up my questions, my questions are questions. I say this all the time, but they're not criticisms necessarily. And I do want the people that I've singled out, the person in my town, this is a small town, whom I see Thursday nights and appreciate her work, if indeed she continues to be the select board assistant, and also Patty, who's the town clerk. My questions have to do with the salaries and how we arrived at those. It's very hard sometimes to make sure that I don't have a personal issue at all with either
I
of
understand that.
these individuals. Thank you.
Does the Budget Committee want to address Bonnie's question as to why there was a four-opposed one on this article?
Sure. So Bonnie actually asked the questions that were sort of targeted at where our questions were as well, which is really about some of the proposed salaries in here. And it's really about this year. We're hiring a town manager. And again, it's not personal. I would say the same thing. We just really felt that it would be important to offer similar compensation adjustments across as the other town employees, and then have a town manager really do an assessment of what's the work that's happening, what's the full benefits and compensation package, because we offer benefits. I think town hours are about 34 hours a week for many employees. So it's those kinds of things that we really just felt it's important for a town manager to have an opportunity to evaluate that. That was really what was going on. And then there was one other concern too with this particular article around Saco River TV expenses going up $40,000 because of a contract that was signed, I think, a year ago.
Take that one.
Yeah, Jake, if you'd like to speak to that.
Well, the Saco River TV is the same this year as it was last year.
It wasn't Saco River TV.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the internet, the cameras. Sorry.
It's under municipal complex.
Okay.
So there
I'm ahead of it.
were lots of, different reasons that I voted against this particular article, and I can just speak for what my reasons were. When we're trying to kind of collectively hold the budget because the tax people are really upset with their taxes doubling every year, anytime you have double-digit increases in somebody's salary, I get very concerned about that. Again, regardless of who it is. So that's one of the reasons that I voted against some of the larger salary increases. I'm not their manager. I don't know whether they deserve a merit increase or whether it's cost of living increase or they're not getting paid what people in that same position get paid in other towns. I don't have all of that information. I just am looking at it specifically from the numbers and saying, again, it's a small town, it's nothing personal, it's just I'm looking at these numbers and saying, can the people in Limington afford a double-digit increase in some of these salary lines? The other issue specifically with this article, well, there's a couple of different ones. The one under municipal complex is about $38,000 for a camera system that we are now, I've worked with the selectmen a lot on this. It's like we've signed a contract to have a camera system and internet services to provide monitoring for all of our town properties. So whether that's a good idea or not, I would have liked to have seen the people in the town of Limington, the taxpayers, vote whether or not they wanted to do that. $40,000, almost $40,000 a year is a lot of money for a camera system. So worked with the selectmen about getting a copy of the contract, and I have it in case anybody wants to see it. It's about 40 pages, and it references other contracts online somewhere. But long story short is the termination fee is equivalent to the rest of the 5-year contract. So it's about $80,000 to $90,000. So this is a line item that will be in here for the next 4 more years, because the contract was signed in January of 2024, and it was a 60-month contract. So yeah, we can cancel it, but we're going to have to pay the same amount that if we just kept it, and we might as well use it for the next 5 years. So we're kind of over a barrel there. We certainly, the taxpayers can say, hey, let's decrease this article by $40,000 and not fund it. And then it's going to be up to the selectmen to decide either we got to find that money or, I don't know, our credit rating goes down with Time Warner Cable, or sorry, Spectrum. The other thing that is in here is $38,000 for the first 2 payments, I believe, of the reval, the entire town reval. And I'm not sure of the exact number of what the total bill on that is. But the first 2 payments are $38,000. So I think that's, if I'm remembering right from our discussions, it's November and December's payments, and then you will see the balance of that on next year's budget, which is going to be over $200,000. Because I think the total thing is almost 3, right?
The total will be $264,500.
Right. So you'll see $230,000 in next year's budget for the remainder of that reval. So part of my sticking point on a lot of this is contracts, multiple year contracts. I have an issue with them, especially a camera system that we were never asked about, but that's been done. It's signed. But I think that we need to be very careful about signing multi-year contracts without asking the townspeople whether or not we want to do them, especially when it's costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. And by voting, in the case of the reval, for voting for that first $38,000 payment, just understand that's sort of entering us into contract for next year's $230,000, the remaining balance of that. So this is the point where we decide, do we need to do a reval or do we not need to do a reval? Maybe we need to do a reval, but we don't want to do a reval. There's consequences for these things. But it's up to you people sitting here today, if you want to decrease this by $38,134 for the price of those first 2 payments of the reval, we got to figure it out from there. But it's up to the folks sitting here today. So a lot of things were put in this budget specifically for this reason, for you folks to decide. So if you don't want to do something, now's the time to stand up and amend an article. That cover?
It does. I guess the one piece I would add to that is just on the town tax and the assessing piece for the reval. I will speak for me. I am not opposed to that. My opposition was related to some of the compensation decisions for this year.
I wasn't opposed to the reval part either. I just
Okay.
wanted to put
I
it
just
out
want
there while
to, yeah,
I
I
had
just
the
want to be
mic.
sure folks understand that thank you for explaining what's in here. And I agree, I think from a transparency perspective, it's great that folks really understand that. But that was not the piece that I had opposition to.
Bonnie, did you have an?
Yes, thank you. Please explain the town monitoring camera system to us that we did not vote on. What is being monitored in the town?
That's probably up to the selectmen to do, since they're the ones that.
So, during COVID, ARPA funds were granted to the town. The previous board decided it would put a camera system in. Now, was it warranted? Yes, no, I don't know. I'm not here to argue that. There was some issues with theft, I believe, and that was the talks of it. The contract was handed to me when I got elected, and I did try to back out of it because I didn't think $40,000 a year was going to be money well spent. Mind you, they said, no, it's been signed. Stan Hackett had signed it into law, so we were stuck with it. So now, as we go on, all the cameras were installed. The cameras required a internet service, which in some of the places were not active. So
The camera system was installed where?
there is 3 or 4 cameras here at Town Hall. There's 2 cameras at Public Works. I think there's a camera at Coventry, a camera on the library, 1 or 2 cameras at Old Town Hall, and then the old fire garage building. And I believe this.
Momodeo.
Momodeo got high-speed internet and cameras there. And transfer station, I believe, was also the other. We have the full contract with the cameras, where they went and everything, that we'll be able to get for you if need be at a later date, just so you can really break it down.
I try to stay up with town business when I can, but was this on the town website at all, letting the townspeople know that money had been spent and here are the places that they're being monitored on camera?
No, not that I know of.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Are there other, yes, email.
So, is this working?
Pound on the end. Yeah,
I
it's
guess it's
working.
working. So, the conversations that I'm aware of, that I think were public, was that the ARPA funds were gonna cover this, so it was no big deal. Anybody that knew about the cameras, I don't think had an issue because of that. It certainly was never brought to the people for their opinion, but it was after the fact, where ARPA funds had been spent and the contract had been signed, that we learned about the added long-term costs.
Okay, and also the fact that we vote on something or sign something, and then when the thing actually is done or comes in, might be 2 different things. Hearing that it would be done, and even, how it is, it's like with an ambulance purchase. So somewhere lost in translation might have been, some people saw that this was going to be signed, but even you all didn't know about the extra money that would be required for the internet monitoring. This sounds like a curious arrangement to me, and to get out of it will cost us, at least for 1 year, just as much as being in it.
I think it's, you gotta finish I've been dealing with them this week. It's, you gotta buy out the contract, the remaining contract, which is, I think, $90,100.
But then we're not obligated for the next four years for 90,000, like Jake just said a minute ago.
No, we're only obligated this year for the 1-year payment, which is $30,000 or whatever it is.
38.
And we could vote that down today.
We could, but then
then the funds would have to come
Spectrum would do.
somewhere else, because we were signed into a contract.
Oh, because you're signed into, okay, so
Yeah.
we have to get the funds piece for the internet piece, is that what you're saying? But we're in the contract already for the camera?
Right, when the camera contract goes away, we ultimately can deplete the internet in those areas, which would ultimately lower the price even more. Yeah, but the initial contract, because it was I don't, the contract, and if you read through it, I don't fully understand why it was even thought, but
Are you all in favor of this, having this?
Well, the
For
contract
us-
has been signed, and at this point, we either pay $90,000 and get no services, or we pay $90,000 and get the services for 5 years. That's really the choice.
And
We're
who's
in
moni-
contract.
Who's monitoring the cameras? Who's seeing what's happening? Do you have any evidence for us, the voters, today about whether things are we picking up whatever we want to be seeing on the cameras? Is somebody watching them?
no, they're not watched. They're referred to in the case of situations, and right after they were installed, they did point out a situation that was, I believe, corrected via the town clerk. They had found some issues, and stuff was corrected.
It was at the library,
Yeah.
I believe, that people had left things at the library, and they just needed to stop what was being left, so.
Yep, so initially, right after they were installed, they were useful. It's just more or less a safety guard,
It's only if
safeguard.
something happens, we can refer to it.
So
And now we'll have
just-
5 years of experience to know their value in the future.
So just so you know, I fully intended, as soon as I found out about this, I fully intended to come today and say, let's nix this $40,000 payment this year and get rid of them, cancel it. Okay, it's been signed, but let's cancel it. But then when we found out that the cancellation fee is the same as if we had just left them there for 5 years, well, now what do you do? I mean, we're over a barrel at this point. I will say that I don't believe there's anybody sitting up here today that signed the contract. I mean, it was done before, and this is my problem with, like, it's all about committing to future money, which as long as I've been on the board, has been like, don't do that, especially without a town vote. When we buy a front end loader and we do a 5-year loan or something on it, we go to the townspeople and we ask. But when you do this without asking anybody whether they want to do it, you guys have no idea that you're doing it, and now here we are, and it's like, what's this $40,000, and can we get out of it?
All right,
A little later, we're going to be asked to spend a $5,000 payment, I think, for one of the 9-year obligations we have to buy the Academy Gym, and we voted on that.
Yes.
It's a little bit of a funny vote, but we voted on it. We haven't voted on this.
okay, I think the point's made. Yes, Patty?
I just wanted a little clarification from the board. So at the end of December, we had $19,360 left in ARPA. Are we going to expand that first on this project and use up that money?
Yes, that was the understanding, is that when it was sold to whoever, that ARPA was going to cover the cost plus the first year. And as you can see, that's not going to pay for the first
Cover it,
year.
But
So
we are
that-
going to use that.
Yeah, that 19,000 will be expended on the cameras as designated.
Yes, Deb?
Hi, Deb Dowdy. I was just wondering if everybody up front could at least say their names at least once, because there are a lot of new people in town, and even though I've been here for a long time, I don't know a lot of the people that are on these boards. That would be helpful. Thank you.
All right, so maybe we could stop here and have the Budget Committee introduce themselves? Just,
Renee Fahey.
Claudette Townsend.
Gary Fullerton.
Jake Smith, Jason Smith legally?
I think you guys know, and you know David is our newly elected Select Board person, and I think you know the department heads. Okay? Are there, yes, sir, in the back.
I say, you might as well keep going with those introductions, right? I mean, do we know?
Just,
I,
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm Jason Webster for you and folks that are just
well, I
new to
assumed
town.
that people, my
Sorry.
mistake.
Well, she said that she was new to town, so.
Yeah.
And Tim,
Tammy Ramsdell?
I'm
And-
Joyce Foley.
I'm David Salazar. I just got elected on Tuesday.
And you know Patty and Bev?
Tricia
And you know
Ransdell.
Emo and Madison and Craig. Okay. We'll all have cocktails later. Yes, sir.
Chris Small, 145 Doles Ridge Road. I had a couple of questions within the same budget, and I get what kind of stuck on the camera thing. Now, my question is, one question on that is, if we have $19,000 of ARPA funds, could we reduce that $40,000 line? And it may be more that I suggest, but can we reduce that 40,000 line by that 19,000, which brings it down to 21,000 instead of 40,000, that when, at the end of the year, it's not spent there, it's gonna go into general fund.
yeah.
And we're gonna be taxed all year long
No,
on
no.
money to go into general fund. And I get we have to have a general fund. I'm not against a general fund, but I'm against how much we're putting into general fund over the last 3 years.
Chris, can I ask you which line item you're talking about? Is this the municipal
That was
complex?
the camera system contract.
Is it the computer system or the municipal complex?
no.
Internet service and cameras,
393, 01, 1402, 393, internet service and
Wait
cameras.
a minute.
That's under municipal complex?
Yes, under municipal complex. Yeah, because that's the only thing we're voting on right now is Article 3, so it would be the fourth line down,
Yeah, sorry, I'm
1401.
sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at that page, I was
Yep.
looking at the other page.
Okay, so it's 1401.
And then I had a couple other places, I'm kind of looking for clarification, because employee retirement has a 245% increase. We had 8,300 last year, we spent 6,700, and we're asking for 28,600 this year. Why? What is bringing that up so high?
yeah, the town manager, the town manager
Okay,
was
and
added.
that's fine. Again, I'm asking because we're talking large numbers. You also have employee health insurance for one full-time employee that went up by 112%, went from 17,000 this year, we're asking 36,000.
That
That's going to
includes
be
the-
the second full-time
Okay,
employee,
then
which
it
will be
needs
the
to go
town
in the book as
manager
two full-time employees, not one.
for next year, yes.
There were a couple other places we had the same thing. We have 4 full-time employees, but we got 5 health insurance, which probably should be 6 health insurance under the fire department. And we're asking for another $1,500 for propane that was never used this year. Where did we use propane in the municipal complex? So how did we not use any last year if we're running propane?
Go right
Yeah.
ahead.
So I don't know the answer to that. I know during the April storm, the generator ran out of propane. They had to do an emergency delivery. So we did get propane last year. I just don't know where it got paid from.
So it sounds to me like our bookkeeping needs to get caught up, because I get that we can move money around within these lines, but when people go to these books to look at it for the year and what we're spending for tax dollars, it's very hard to say, okay, last year we spent nothing, but we're asking for another 1,500. My case, I say, get rid of that line. And I also think, I know I voiced it to the selectmen, but these books need to be out by February 1. People should have a minimum of a month to go through these, not 2 weeks or a week.
Yeah.
The propane tank is currently, I believe, at 65%, just so you know.
Okay. And then, I think that was it, and like some of that, I know with the camera system, somewhere along the line, we gotta get to a point where things that are either multi-year contracts or $200,000+ over a 5-year period are voted just like the gym was. You know, we voted for that gym, and it was voted as 5 payments, as we knew going into it, we have 5 years of paying that, I think it's 5,000, 9 years of paying that 5,000.
Yeah.
But that has to happen, because I do cameras, and I think we're getting bagged on it, for lack of better words and what I'd like to use. You can put a camera system in and stream it back and only pay your internet fees and a maintenance fee on a server sitting in the town hall. They do it all over the place. Lewis and Auburn has thousands of cameras, and they're doing the same thing, and I'll guarantee you that, well, with that many, they're probably paying $40,000 a year, but it's not. So that's just kind of my two cents. And
I will
Absolutely.
say, as far as the camera system and doing it cheaper, I think you're preaching to the choir.
And I get
We
that.
all know,
I guess
'cause
my bigger concern is that we're entering into 5-year agreements that are 200 and some
Absolutely.
odd $1,000, whether anyone read it or not. I mean, it's no different than entering your phone, into a phone agreement with AT&T or Verizon. If you early cancel, you're paying for your phone that you did. That's just the way they build it in there, and if by now people don't understand that, they should not be up here making budgets.
I was hoping this was gonna be a $175 cancellation fee, but apparently it's not.
And I agree. I mean, for the cancellation of doing the 5 years, you might as well get something for the money we're gonna spend into it. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Judy, yes?
Oh, yeah, we never did get to the bottom. Can we take that 19,000?
I'm Judy Weymouth. I live on the Long Way. in
Could you
Limington.
pull the mic down, Judy? So that you
Yes.
can- Thank you.
Judy Weymouth. I live on the Long Way in Limington. Maybe I'm just numbing it here, but I think what I hoped would be, a question that would be answered is why this disparity in the Financial Advisory Committee vote on this article and the Select Board. There usually isn't such a disparity. Basically, the Financial Advisory Committee has opposed the article as written, and the Select Board, 2 out of 3, since one was absent, voted in favor. And I get it about the $38,000 for the security system, but we're committed to that, and if we tried to break that contract, it would probably cost us more than what we're gonna owe on it, so I get that. But in the grand scheme of things, the $38,000 is piddly when you consider the overall budget. So what I would like to understand is why the Financial Advisory Committee voted for opposed to this article, and the Select Board voted in favor of the article, because my experience over the years has been there's not such a disparity, and that's not just Limington, it's where I've lived previously. So can anybody help me out, please?
Jake.
Make me understand.
Oh,
All right.
I was just going to say, well,
Listen, I know you all want to go to Jason, but you have to go through the moderator. So,
Yeah.
Jake, you had a response.
I actually,
Claudette, you do?
so we did, I think we just spoke to why we opposed. So I think really it's the Select Board needs to respond to why they were in favor and why
Well,
they.
are you comfortable?
What I guess, are you opposed to the whole article? Is
No.
the Financial
I
Advisory
think what it
Committee
is, nobody
opposed
wants
to
to
the
break
whole-
down line item by line item.
Yeah, I don't want to
That's
go
why
down through that either. We'll be here till next Tuesday. But I would just like to know, is the Financial Advisory Committee opposed to the whole article, or was it just
No.
a few select items?
It was salary. It was salary decision. It was what was proposed for salaries.
Okay.
For some of these roles versus some of the other roles. So that was the crux of it. From
Correct.
anyone, do you want to say anything different?
I
Okay.
think I've said.
Right.
Okay.
In other
And so
words,
then-
that's all.
then I
we-
think
And
it's
it's
the
the
select
same
board.
deal on our side. It was, we're for everything, but our differences are in the salaries. The
Okay.
big salary difference is, we work side by side with these folks weekly. And the salary increases reflect the amount of work they do and the amount of pay that in the surrounding areas for what they do is pretty close to equivalent. That was the two things, that we pretty much agree on the remaining articles in this, other than the salary sides is where it was the
And Patty and
discrepancy.
I feel insulted by that.
Okay, I think that answers my question. I wanted to know whether it was this whole article
So.
or a specific nit, and that answers my question. Thank you.
Jake, you had a comment?
So again, I think I said it the last time, is that the power is now in you folks' hands. You know our position, you know their position. By putting the higher number in there, presumably a higher number than what we wanted to see, the select board of, the conversations that we had was, well, let's put it out there. So it's up to you folks to stand up and amend the article if you'd like to, or take it the way it is.
And just so you know, you can amend obviously the individual line items. Yes, sir, you're next, John.
Okay, John Gallipo from Limington. I have a question. It's
Can
on
you
page-
state your street address, please, John?
Oh, Tucker Road, Limington. On page 18, under town officials, you have listed a new town manager that you're looking to hire. Well, you know darn well, once you hire him, he's going to want a secretary. Now you can have a town manager and a secretary who's going to want office space. How do you plan on accommodating all those things with the town office that's already kind of short on space?
They will not need a secretary, and we already have office space for them.
You do?
Yes,
Yeah.
we do.
There's an office adjoining our office out there, and that's where the town manager will be set up
Okay.
in. And
Any
Nikki, our current bookkeeper, will be assisting as well.
Okay, so we can hold you to those two words.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, the gentleman in the plaid.
Matthew Plumley, 1324 Cape Road. Not only in this one, but there are several articles that do not stay consistent with payroll increases. There's one payroll increase in this line article for 57%. There's 10%, there's 5%, there's other ones that have 9%, 1%. Why are we not keeping payroll the same increase for everybody? And there's also an article that's got 0% increase for their payroll. So my question is how do we make it so everybody's even? Unfortunately, there is one that's got 0%, and I know we can't raise it, correct?
You cannot increase.
So you
correct.
can't raise it, and the cost of living this year is 2.5%. So again, why is in this one that we're voting on, there's a 57% increase, a 10%, and a 5%. I say we do amendment to any payroll throughout this entire thing is all 5%. That way, everybody is treated equal, and there is no favoritism or anything like that.
Do you want to make a motion?
You have to, right,
I'll make
you
a
need
motion.
to make a,
Well-
well,
Before, there's an explanation, though.
Let's,
Sorry.
yeah, you want, yeah.
the explanation being,
In reference, so the proposed for the select board assistant was more than that. It's been cut back to a fair market value of 10% for what they do. Okay, and I'm going to speak with the fact that you being related to fire and EMS, you understand that the fire and EMS a year or two ago just went with a major change in pay because they were well below what was the norm. In this situation, Nikki has asked for more. This is what we come, actually, they wanted to cut down to 5%. We said 10 was fair compared to what she was asking. In the code enforcement, he is now taking on, now he's fully certified versus non-certified before. All his credentials are up to par. And on top of that, he will be filling in the role of the electrical inspector as well. So you take the line item, technically we can shave, leaving the salary there, you can probably remove now the $4,000 line item for the electrical inspector. So we technically can take more off that if need be. But the other thing to think about here is now you have two individuals, and I'm speaking as I deal with these folks daily, and it's all up to you. It's the end of the choice, but. Yeah.
Also, one other point to make, Matt, is that these are not necessarily, the increases are not, they're increased, they can be increased hours as well that are in the office. That's why their pay went up, is because they're increased hours, not necessarily 57% in their payroll, okay? It's just more hours. So,
Who's that?
Who's working more hours?
the,
Code office assistant was.
so wait a minute, we're going to only have one person answer here. A select board, yes.
that's what they're talking about, is the administrative, because Matt didn't specify
But
what
you need
line
to
he
be
was
more
talking about.
specific when you're asking the question. Are you
So I'm
asking,
just picking out the percentages that he
Okay.
mentioned, that's all.
Okay.
I'm trying to find that, okay, that you mentioned.
Well, the bookkeeper, as we talked about, is 10%. The code enforcement is 57, but as you said, we also have an electrical inspector for 4,000, but he's now covering that, so we could probably take that out, which would more align with that. There was another one.
So the admin.
The part-time assistant is 20%, and then you got the town clerk, and the deputy town clerk is only 5%. Secretary on planning board is 53%. Stipends are 12%.
You speak, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's all within the one article?
Yes, this is all within the one article. It's all payroll. I understand we need to match others, but why are we not doing it in steps to match others? And why are people that we can, you say you work side by side with these people, but every time we come in here, the office is full and these ladies are working nonstop. What's saying that they're doing less than the person that you sit next to all day and you don't see them? That's what I'm saying, if they need a raise, absolutely, but let's treat them equally. Let's not 1% over here, 10% over here, 57% over here, make it all even across the board. I mean, if you take that 4,000, you put it into the code enforcement, that's gonna bring that 57% down, maybe not up to fully where it needs to be if he's got all his certs now. But if you're gonna pay certain employees 5% increase, it should be consistent. I mean, we can look at the federal government, everybody gets the same pay increase. There isn't, you get extra because of the job. It's consistent across the board. All I'm saying is we make a motion to keep it consistent across the board.
Right,
The problem, yeah.
hold on, email, you have a,
So I just remind the moderator, we don't do line item voting, so
Right.
if there's gonna be a change in that,
You
it
gotta
needs to
do
be in
the
the article
the
total.
bottom total.
And I would encourage, based on this, I would encourage the board to create separate lines for COLA versus merit increases. It allows a clarification to some of those changes. So if there were a COLA raise, you could see that percentage be equal across the board. If the hour increases or whatever the reason is, it could reflect in the merit and allow people to see where that is and still generate question, but maybe be a little bit clearer.
Yes. Did someone from did I say hand over here? No.
Matt,
Yes.
are you contemplating a $4,000 reduction in this overall?
Well, I think we need to do the math and figure out what 5% for all those increases would be. Yes, take the 4,000 out, leave that in the code enforcement, but also do the 5%, and along with any payroll adjustments, 5%. I could say, let's match the one article where the department's not getting any raises, and just no one gets raises this year. That way we are consistent over the entire payroll. But I think we should at least give the ones that are asking for raises and be consistent.
Well, we would need a total for the bottom line budget, and I don't know who's.
That sounds like we need to do some
Jake?
math then.
So
That's,
again, the problem with what you're suggesting by doing it percentage-wise, there's some increases in here that are based on how many hours somebody's working. So if you give them a 5%, if you increase the budget, that line item on the budget, just the 5%, that means they're not working any more hours if they need to, which is what we've been told needed to happen.
Yeah,
That's
let's
why-
keep the chit chat down because we can hear what Jake says, please.
So like the 57% under code enforcement for the admin, I'm pretty sure that had more to do with the amount of hours rather than,
6 months. 6 months last year. It was a new position created. So 6 months last year, now it's 12 months for 2025.
Okay.
so it's a little bit,
But
it's
are
gonna
the-
be a little bit tough on the fly.
So why
I'm not
don't we
saying it
just
can't be
adjust that
done,
to
but-
full-time employees then?
because they are all full-time employees.
No.
Well, he just said that there are some who work by the hour and some who get a base salary. Is that what you're saying? That,
Yeah.
and some may work overtime. Is that what you're saying, Jake?
Well, so the code enforcement admin was a new position this year,
Yes,
and it started in July, probably.
Right.
So it's May, so, it's 8 months. 7 months? 7 months.
Right.
So next year, so 2025 would be 12 months. So it's the same hours probably, but it's just a different number of months, full year.
And is that also true for the part-time assistant? That was not a full
Well,
year of hours?
The part, Patty, did you have?
The
Town clerk.
part-time assistant that's under town clerk was under town officials last year, if you look.
Yeah.
So it's really not an increase in that at all. It's just,
It's just a shift.
This just shows why
Just
it's important to
shifted
pay
from-
attention to your town government at work. This budget process has been going on since September, and we're now asking. It creates delay.
It's not cut and dry, unfortunately.
I mean, how many, we were here at midnight, multiple nights, discussing this. So it's not a simple, that's why it's open to the public all the time, and we encourage people to come, because it's a process. It's not, as
Some of
much
us
as it
work
sounds.
crazy hours and are gone for days
Yeah.
at a time and can't make those
I hear you,
meetings.
I do too.
So, I guess my question, if we're gonna get that picky, the bookkeeper, the town clerks, their hours are not changing, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Um,
Well, I guess I can't speak for the bookkeeper, because when we get the town manager, she may have to work more. Is that?
Yeah, that's fair, because if the town manager comes in, obviously, I'm thinking at the beginning, Nikki may need to assist that person, so. But here we are again, she's on a salary. She's not paid hourly, so her salary will be what it is, and she will be expected to help. As well as she just took over the GA account for the town as well.
Gets paid for that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she gets a $200 stipend, $260 stipend.
I still make a motion that 4,000 for the electrical inspector should be taken out, because that will then cover the code enforcement.
So you're making a motion to reduce the bottom line of Article 3
Three.
by $4,000, bringing it down to $992,235.
We also need to do math and figure out what only 5% is for increase on payroll on certain positions.
Do we
The
have,
full-time, the
Is
full-time
this the-
positions right now.
is this
So the
the,
bookkeeper, the town clerks are already at 5%, just keep it consistent.
5% on the bookkeeper position is 2405, I believe. Someone want to check my math?
in other words, you're saying that on page 18, which one is that? The bookkeeper, okay. It's 1001-123. So you want to lower that to
5%, which would be the 24, what was it?
2405 is a
2405.
5% increase, so add that into what last year's
The
was.
answer is 2,405.8.
2,405.
Just ask your watch.
Don't have a watch.
All right, so now we're up to $6,405 reduction. What is your next?
Wait a
No,
minute.
no, that wasn't
No.
the reduction, that's the 5%.
That was what a 5% increase over last year was, I believe.
So what would it mean in reduction in the bookkeeper's line?
A $2,500 reduction.
Plus the 4,000 for the code enforcement.
I thought, yeah, that, we got that.
10 to 5.
All right, so, all right. So we're now, the amendment, let me finish here, and please let's keep the conversation down. Now, the amendment is that, to this point, that there be $6,500 from the bottom, taken from the bottom line. Is there another amount?
Can somebody just justify the 53% on the payroll secretary, 011901 Because
That's about more hours. That's about a partial
hours.
year and prior, and then,
see, the increase in
You mean
hours
under
makes
code
sense.
enforcement?
Are you talking about the code enforcement budget?
No, I was talking about the planning board secretary.
I'm
If it's
sorry.
an increase,
Okay, no, just a minute here.
if it's more hours, then it's justified, but if it's just a pay increase, then that's a difference.
she's getting the 5% that the remainder of, in that percentage range.
Okay. I think that was it. It was,
And was there more under the code office? You mentioned that before.
well, if he's working more hours, and the 4,000
I
is,
don't, is he working more
he's
hours?
not working more hours. So he's getting the 4,000 for the electrical inspector because he's getting that certification.
Well, no.
You reduced it by that, Matt. He's not.
That is part of his,
If you remove-
Already being paid for that versus reduced, because you reduced it, the electrical inspector out of it. So
But you're leaving.
21% is still 21%.
Right. Okay.
So if you want that reduced to 5, that's another.
So I guess what's the difference between the code enforcement admin and the payroll?
And payroll code enforcement?
One
Payroll
of
is
them's
the
the
code
code
officer.
officer,
Yeah.
one of them's the admin assistant for the code officer.
And the admin is the one that's increasing the hours.
but if you look back on page 9, you will see what the code enforcement officer's salary increase is, and then you can go over to page 18, and it was just explained that Judy will be working full, more hours, it will be a full year as opposed to a partial year. So there are two separate issues. So are you addressing the code enforcement or?
So, yeah, I guess it would be the code enforcement, but if he is getting the certification on the electrical inspector,
That's part of his job, it's my understanding.
There'll be an ordinance drafted that he will take over the duties of the electrical inspector.
okay.
So if you want to drop his pay, that's great, then I would say leave the $4,000 stipend for the pay for the, excuse me.
That's what I'm
for the-
saying, if we drop
I mean,
that 4,000 and keep that part of his raise plus the 5%, what is that number?
Five percent increase in the code office from last year is 3104, I believe. Do you want to check your watch?
I got 2884 on the 57,680.
Right, are you going by the warrant or by the actual? 57,680.
I went by the warrant.
Yeah, so the
That would
warrant
be
of 57,680
2,884.
times 5% is 2,884.
Okay,
And
so
that-
if you want his salary to be,
Thank-
to a 5% increase, you would deduct 2,800 and what?
No, that's what the,
No,
But
that's
if
what-
he's taking over, that's what I'm trying to say, if he's taking over the electrical inspector, remove that line item, but also give him that, so add 4,000 to the, what you just said, 28? You know what I mean? Still give him that stipend if he's got that certification. But
Does he
only-
have that certification?
So, if we,
Here, full year last year.
All right, we're just going one at a time, please, one at a time.
Yeah, you were
if,
here for
yes,
12 months.
if we
when I-
make the adjustment
here all
for
year.
5%,
Let's not all be talking at once.
48 hours,
Yes.
48 off. So.
Claudette, you had a number?
yeah, so if we
The only reason I'm here
adjust
is 'cause I took time
the $12,320 increase back to a 5% increase on 57,680, it's a reduction of $9,400. It's minus $9,400. And then leaving in the $4,000 stipend for the electrical work.
So can I have a final number from somebody,
So,
please?
yes. So we're taking $9,400 out for that. We're taking $2,500 out for the select board assistant. And then for the article, we also talked about taking out $19,000 for the ARPA funds.
The Arbor Fund?
ARPA,
Oh, that's right, 19,000 was that?
yes. So it's a total adjustment of $30,900.
There's the first payment for the cameras.
But we're leaving the electrical inspector.
We are,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
Inspector technically myself.
Correct. We're adjusting 9,400 and 2,500, 19,000.
Anything else?
So then the
All I said,
996.
all I want is fair and equitable pay raises for everybody.
Yes.
I mean,
I agree.
unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna see that when it comes to other articles, but let's fix where we can.
So the adjusted article number, taking $30,900 out, would be 965,335.
Okay.
And I
Patty,
make
do you
that
have
motion.
that down? Is that?
965,
335.
996,
Yeah.
245 minus 30,900 is 965,335.
Okay. And you have it, is it recorded properly where those diminution of funds is?
Well,
They vote on
technically that's, we're just reducing the article
Unfortunately,
and then
we
the
can
select
remove
board
this
has
and they
to.
can still do what they want with the money and move it around.
Right.
So,
But I think they're getting a specific message from the, if this goes in, if
hopefully
the
we
town
voted on
votes
things
this,
before and they do what they want.
they will be getting a message.
I mean, the technicality of it is
Yeah.
that we're voting on the total amount, and yes,
Yes,
the select
okay.
board ultimately determines how the money gets spent within the line items.
But I think
Yeah.
the financial committee said it perfectly. I think we need to hire a town manager and have them do the assessments.
Okay, all right. So is there, we have a motion on the floor to reduce the bottom line of Article 3 to read $965,335. Is there a second to that motion? Yes, Judy seconded it. Is there any discussion of the amendment?
I'd like to say one
Yes,
thing.
yes.
I would just like to advise, think about this, and I, right, wrong, or indifferent. If we've got to fill these positions in for some forsaken reason that, you know, our secretary leaves, or our code enforcement officer leaves, in that situation, think about where we're gonna be now, because there's job openings everywhere for these folks. So if they so leave, it could leave this town in an issue. Furthermore, with Craig, and I defend the raise, where were we with being sued with our last code enforcement officer? I mean, the things are being done right now, and he's looking out for the town. And I think that in itself merits, you know, the facts that we've been sued and paid out because of previous dealings. I just take that into consideration for you guys, that's all. So.
Yes, in the back. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a gentleman at the mic,
Yeah,
but,
I just want to adjust that.
well, wait a minute.
Okay.
This gentleman at the mic. State your
Larry
name.
Studeville, Joe Joy Road. I just had a quick question about the electrical inspections. If we can make it without electrical inspections now, do we need to find a replacement?
It's my
right now,
understanding.
as it's written from Craig here, that we're going to go without issuing electrical permits. Can we just continue that practice if we have master electricians pulling, you know, maybe we do pull permits with master electricians to do their own work? Why would we need to
Because
throw
we
the
can't
electrical
always
inspections
trust
back
them.
in? But we're going to trust them between now
We-
until we hire one. So those people that don't get inspections between now and then, what happens?
You can't always trust them.
Look out. Go ahead.
Yes, Craig.
So currently, master electricians cannot sign off on their own work. And yes, they're doing it right now, but we are also not making them pull permits for that. So without being able to, for us to inspect that, then we can't charge a permit fee. So we're going to be able to charge a permit fee, and that's going to generate more funds that will come into the code enforcement department as well.
Does it make it safer? Or are we just
Well,
generating
it could very well make it
Absolutely.
safer. It could very well make it safer if they're not doing things properly. I mean, yes, they're master electricians, but, you know, they
Yeah,
cut
people
corners
make
sometimes
mistakes,
too.
sure,
So, I mean, we just want to be on the lookout for that, just
Okay.
like any
Yeah, I
builder out
just
there.
want something I want to throw out there. If we can make it for a period of time without one, why would we start looking for one? Are the people that are getting houses built or doing electrical work from now until we hire someone, are they just kind of in jeopardy? Their homes are in jeopardy
Yeah, they
because they're
could
not
very
being
well
inspected?
be jeopardizing their home. Yeah.
They're not going to be hiring someone that will be part of Craig's
Yeah,
job
they won't
when.
be hiring a
when
Oh,
he
okay. It
does.
doesn't say here that
I'm going
Craig.
to start doing the.
Yeah.
Okay, it says
yes.
here that we're still looking
Yes.
for.
No.
So it will be you.
At this
Okay.
time when this budget was done.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay,
that was for.
understood.
We
Jason-
tried to hire
Jason.
one.
Yeah.
And the problem is when they make $100 an hour to leave their doorway and we're offering 40,
Yeah.
it wasn't feasible, and I understand
Yeah,
that.
understood.
So this was the best best alternative is to
Okay, I
have
just
him take
wasn't
over.
clear here that Craig was gonna be truly taking over.
Yeah,
that.
and,
Okay.
and as well as the electrical inspector, I mean, yes, I get $5,000 a year for mileage to do my inspections, but the electrical inspector also got mileage to do his, so once we start doing permits and inspecting those, that mileage is apt to go up to do those more inspections, so.
Okay,
All
all
right.
right, thank you.
Tammy, you were next.
Tammy Pike, 71 Secocas.
We're speaking now to the amendment, to the amendment to the original motion, which is addressing the 965,335.
So correct me, Joyce, if I'm off topic, but I do agree with Mr. Plumley in the fact that we need to have across-the-board comparisons. But I feel that with the town manager coming on board, they not only should be looking at people's money, they should be looking at their hours. Do we need the increase in hours? So personally, I think we should wait until the town manager comes on board, let them do the job that we're paying them to do. And one other quick question, I think you just answered that, Jason. How is it determined when there's a position open, like the electrical inspector? How is it determined that that goes to someone already in the position?
We put that out to offering for the townspeople. We talked with, I think, one or two individuals, but it just wasn't feasible money-wise for them to, because it's not like it's a huge job, but the current electricians don't want to work for $40 when they can get $100, is what what is about. And I can't blame them, so. It was just, and Craig looked into it and found, and then I've been talking with our attorney about it, of exactly what needs to be done to make it all legit and legal for him to do it, and he can, so that was the easiest and quickest way for everybody.
Tim, did you have a?
I'm not for the amendment, but.
Okay, is there anyone who wishes to speak to the amendment? Yes, sir. You'd come to the mic and your name and.
Hi, Michael Lorraine, 142 Secocas Ave. I just wanted to speak about the amendment. He had proposed a 5% increase across the board. Well, that doesn't make sense because different people do different jobs. It just doesn't make sense at all to have cover 5% for everybody because everybody does a different job. Everybody has a different expertise in their job. We pay people at different levels. Just not here. In the world, everybody gets paid at a different level of their expertise, what they have for background, schooling, college, anybody, it's different. So I won't vote for this, but I just want to say 5% across the board, that's not even feasible.
Okay, are there any more people that want to speak to the amendment? Yes, Tim. Yeah, if you could state your name and street, please.
Tim Bickford, 28 Evergreen Circle, currently. Just a comment on the last speaker. It might have been misunderstood. It's a percentage he's looking for of their current pay, which already is, relative to what their work is.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Are there any more people that want to speak to the amendment?
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, Jason.
Just to clarify too, one more thing. This department has for the last 2 years funded itself. There's been no tax burden. The amount of money that's come into that department has paid for itself and put money into the general fund. So that's just, we're talking and going back and forth on stuff that is physically paying for itself. Just throw that out there as well.
Yes, Tim.
Jason, when you say there's no burden to the taxpayers when it goes back into the general fund, unless it's 100% into an offset, I would call it a burden on the taxpayers. Just a comment.
But the fees are paying his wages. It's technically not coming out of.
That's an accounting issue. I don't believe the fees are paying his wages. They're going into the general fund, and how much of that goes back to the taxpayers is a different issue.
Yes, sir.
That article's gone.
So on that same note, until that money comes in at the end of the year to get offset next year when we have our next meeting, we are being taxed on all that. So there is a tax burden on it, even though next year we might reduce our taxes by taking some of that out.
Right.
But there's a tax burden this year. So if we vote everything that's in there and we go up by, you know, whatever it is per mil, we're paying that over the year. And then not all that's gotta go back in. The tax money that was paid into that isn't coming back out to the people. I mean, I get that we
It goes
use some
back
of it
into
to
the general
offset the
fund,
next
which
year,
gets
but we
used to
don't
offset.
always use enough to offset the tax burden the
Right.
next year. So I don't think any of
In the
them
long run.
100% clear. It's like say a Momodeo clears itself. It doesn't if you look at the numbers in the book.
No,
Plain and-
absolutely.
Plain and
Momodeo.
simple, but it's the same thing. So yes, I think over the time, yes, we do put money back, but in the meantime, we're paying taxes on all the money that's in this budget for this year. And so it still takes there's a tax burden. It's still taking our taxes up for the year.
Okay.
But offsetting it on the other end.
So currently, we're going to be voting on the amendment to the bottom line of Article 3. Did you have a question, ma'am? No, the lady that's walking down.
Hi, my name's Holly Bushy from 11 Moses Lane. Can you hear me now? So this 5% we're asking for, I mean, I'm sorry, whose salary are we increasing? 5% across the board?
Well-
Everybody that works at the town hall? Is it fire, EMS, is it? No. So this is the code enforcement?
If you look, it's the ladies here, it's code, it's the planning board assistant, it's the code enforcement assistant, it's the select board's assistant.
Okay.
It's the select board's salaries.
Okay.
We're gonna have to add to our line.
Thank you, that's all I wanted to know, I just wanted to clarify.
We can only go one article at a time, so right now it's
Okay,
just what's in
just-
Article.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And I believe, yes, no, I'm pointing to the lady behind you.
Hi, Lisa Burgess, 35 Ospey Trail. I believe my question is still based in the Article 3. On
Are
page
you
8
speaking to the amendment to Article 3?
Well, if we're amending the total, are we going to amend other line items before?
No, we only amend the bottom line item, and the direction from the comments is given to the selectmen to implement that reduction.
Yes, I guess I wanted to ask a question if we are going to further reduce it. I just didn't want to have a one-time vote and this was done. I do have a question about it.
This is going to be a one-time vote on the amendment, and then we go to vote, the original.
She wants to make
Yeah.
another amendment after?
After. We do not do amendments to amendments. In other words, right now, we're voting on the amendment that the young man, what was his name?
Matt Plumley.
Matt, sorry, Matt, I forgot your name. We're now voting on the amendment that Matt made, which reduces the bottom line item of Article 3 to $965,335. So I'm going to ask if anybody wants to speak to that amendment. Bonnie?
Thank you, Bonnie Laughlin, Cape Road. I appreciated Holly's question a moment ago, just to clarify, and your response, Joyce, which said that the ladies, it would include the ladies. I believe many of us know Bev and Patty, and we can see on page 18 that it looks like their salaries are indeed increased by 5%.
Yes.
So really what we would be voting on in this amendment is a decrease in the
In
pay
certain other-
of certain other
Yes. Yes.
employees, so that we should all take in. And secondly, that you are assuring us that the hours of those people will still, if they're working more hours, they will still work those more hours, but not at a different rate, but at a 5% increase.
I'm not assuring you of anything, but yes, that is the,
We're not hourly.
they're not hourly employees, they're salaried, so they will be getting the 5% increase.
But some of the people are hourly people, Because
Part-time.
Jason and Tammy, I think, were saying
I
that.
believe two of them, Jenna and,
But is Jenna included in
Judy.
this? It's a full-time employee.
No.
oh, sorry,
Yes,
Donna,
yeah.
sorry, Donna.
Okay, all right, all right.
So
all
Donna,
right.
for instance, who it looks like
Her
has.
salary she would get the 5% increase, Jenna would get the 5% increase. Then, as Bev and Patty and Craig and whoever else is in this line item.
Full-time employees and hourly employees also, even though their hours might be more in the next year anticipated than they were this past year.
I'm assuming Jake can answer that question, or Jason, or,
So, and, you know, I think we should also
Yes.
get back to, at the end of the day, we are voting on a $30,900 adjustment to the total, and it is up to the select board to decide how to manage those funds. We are not, excuse me, voting on the line items.
yeah. We're not voting in,
Excuse me.
yeah.
We're not voting on the line items. All the feedback they're hearing, but they're going to decide, the select board decides how to distribute the funds.
So if
how to
someone
manage them.
has to work an extra 5 hours or whatever it is, they will get paid. They will not be made to work without getting pay. Am I correct in that statement? Correct. Yes.
Right, because it just,
correct.
the money will come elsewhere.
yeah.
Like if for some reason, perfect example, you guys voted down the cameras. You guys are voting on the total. The allocation comes from us. We're gonna have to steal that somewhere else to pay for it, even though, because we're contracted. So we have to try to budget within what you approve, is how this works.
Thank you, Jason, because that was the second part of my need for clarification. Also built into the amendment is the $19,000, which
Right.
it will be a way of making a statement from us, the voters, that we don't want to go ahead
Yes.
with that camera system, even though there's an obligation there to do it.
I side with you. I don't want it either, but we're stuck.
Yeah.
The previous Board of Selectmen voted in the contract, so.
I hear you.
Yeah. All right, so are there other people with new, yes, Jake?
Hi, Dick Jarrett, the Tucker Road. I'm really in favor of saving some money, okay? And I really know how people in the town hall work hard. And I don't think this is the place to save the money. I think there's some big ticket items coming up where we could really save a lot of money. So actually, even though I want to see us save some money, I don't think this is the right way to do it. So I don't like it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Yeah, just 1 second, to the amended motion before I recognize Jake. Jake?
I just wanted to address, sorry, I'd forgotten your name, but wanted to address the 5% across the board not being an equitable way, and I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but I think the fire chief brought it up earlier that having a COLA increase, which is a cost of living increase, versus a merit increase is a good way to go, because that would bring into an employee review process and whether or not they've done a good job and whether or not they've taken on more responsibility. As of right now, I don't believe the town has a process for that. So it's a little bit tough to make those recommendations at this point. My hope, and speaking for just myself, is that a town manager will take on some of that responsibility and work with some of these people so that there is a cost of living increase. There could be a merit increase and definitely an employee review process, but also do a little bit of research and figure out, okay, what are we paying this position versus what they can find elsewhere? And, do we need to do an adjustment based on that just because this person can go elsewhere and find work for twice what we're paying? Keeping in mind that we are in Limington, not Portland, but, that's for somebody to kind of do that research, and my hope is that a town manager will do that.
Okay. Now we're going to go to the vote for.
How do you respond to him?
Oh, well, I didn't realize that. I thought you might be going to the bathroom.
Just going to the mic. And I agree. I work in an industry, I'm a retired nurse. I worked in an industry I worked for an insurance company, and I worked at the hospitals and home care. You're right. So why aren't we waiting for that town manager to approve all this? The increases that I see for the different people here, well, let's take in consideration.
Well, we're not going to do personal things, but if you...
Right, but you're saying, okay, Bev is the assistant. But
Nothing
she
personal.
does, but she does the same job as Patty, basically. Patty
I
probably
don't.
has a lot more paperwork to do.
No, I don't do the same job as Patty.
No,
All right,
I
so
mean,
what
for
is
us.
your point, sir?
No, you don't know what
We
you're
need to
talking
get to a
about.
vote and move on. So if you
That's
have another
fine.
point to
But
make, please make
I
it.
think we don't have a system now for merit increases, for cost of living increases. But like you said, what about does Hollis pay the same for these people? Does Buxton pay the same for these people? You're saying, well, we can't look at Portland. Well, yeah, we can, because they have the same job as these people. Even though we're smaller, they have the same job.
Joyce,
All
I'm
right.
going to respond.
And they
Well,
can
hold
go,
on just a
they
minute.
can go wherever.
Yeah, okay, okay.
It's very hard to compare to other towns, because I think every town sets themselves up differently. Town clerk in Buxton may do different duties, there's some of the same, but there's some difference. And you just can't, across the board, look at all these salaries of every other town and say, well, they all make that much, they should make this much. It's comparing apples to bananas. It's just not the same.
All right, I'm saying that we're going to vote now on the amendment to Article 3. The amendment reads that to see if the town will raise and appropriate $965,235 for general town operations. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand and put your hand up. I cannot see it if you do that.
Joyce, it's $335.
I was just going to say
Then what did I say?
You said two.
I beg your pardon, $965,335.
Yes.
All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Well, I'm gonna call it.
pretty-
Or did it pass?
I don't know.
Yep. You want to count?
I think
More
it
more
passed.
hands came up.
Yeah, all right, so what we're going to do, because there's uncertainty, we're going to do it this way. We're going to go by row. Those, I'm sorry, but we have to be accurate here. Those in the front row who vote for the amendment, please stand.
For the
Those in
amendment.
favor of the
Those who favor the amendment to be $965,335, please stand. Are you standing in the first row? Okay. Yes, it is. Yeah, we are voting for no, please. We are voting on the bottom line item of Article 3, and we're changing, listen to me, please, we're changing what is printed to be $965,335. That's the way the process works. So all those in the second row that are in favor of the amendment, please stand. Those in the third row who are in favor of the amendment, please stand.
4, 5.
Those in the fourth row in favor of the amendment.
Are you doing both sides all the way? Or do
Yes, it
people
should be.
understand that?
Yeah, if you're in the fourth row, no matter which side of the hall you're on, stand.
7.
Okay, and those in the fifth row that are in favor of the amendment.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Those in the sixth row.
12, 13, 14.
Those in the, is there a seventh row there? There must be. Seventh row, stand, please.
16, 17, 18, 19.
All right, and the 8th row, please stand.
20, 21, 22.
And those in the very back row under the windows, please stand.
24, 25, 26.
Okay, those
So
in.
I'm not sure if
tho-
that's Chris.
No, he already got counted.
Yeah.
What about us?
No, I'm next. Those in the front here who are in favor of the amendment, please stand. Or raise your hand, or however.
Raise your hands.
Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
30.
Okay.
30.
Okay, so how many?
30.
30. All right, now those who are opposed in the first row, please stand. Those in the second row that are opposed?
3, 4, 5, 6.
Those in the third row that are opposed?
7, 8, 9, 10.
Those in the fourth row that are opposed?
11, 12, 13.
Those in the fifth row that are opposed? Those in the sixth row that are opposed?
14.
Those in the seventh row that are opposed?
15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
And those in the, is there an eighth row or the back row under the eighth row that are opposed? This one. And then the back row under the window that are opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 26.
And those that are here that are opposed, please raise your hand.
7, 28.
2. Okay, so we'll have a drum roll and see what the figure is.
30 in favor, 28 not.
30 in favor, 28 opposed. The amendment passes. So now we're back to the original motion of Article 3, which is to see if the town will raise and appropriate $965,335 for general town operations. We can now make comment on that, and I will let you know that we have spent almost 2 hours on this one line item, one article. Yes, Sue. You had- Tim? Tim.
Tim Bickford, 28 Evergreen. Happy that amendment went through. We have in the budget a pretty decent number for a manager, which is not here. With
Yes,
3 months.
it's in the is it in the municipal complex, or is it under the town official?
No, town official.
Yeah,
That's part of this.
It's part of this budget we just
Correct.
voted on.
Yes. I'm going to have a discussion and make another amendment. That 87,000 also includes the retirement we voted in as a sidebar with less than 1% of the population voting.
Well, that's their fault if they
Yeah,
don't come.
it is. Well, COVID, it was a tough one. And also, so that was, I don't have the exact math, I didn't bring a calculator with me, but 28,000 plus the 84 plus 36,000 in health insurance. So round number, 130,000. We're already 3 months into the year, so that is, if our town guy started tomorrow, we wouldn't need,
Well, I think the selectmen have an answer to that. The
Okay,
reason.
great. For that discussion, I propose amendment, we take all the money out of this budget for the town manager, including retirement and health. And when we do hire him, which could be a while, or her, I'm very sorry about that, preferred her probably, that we use some of the 1.1 million surplus we have from last year that went into the general fund.
Before I accept that as a motion, I don't know if you made it as an emotion because you didn't give an exact figure, I don't believe. I'd ask for the selectmen's comment on that.
The employee health insurance, you can't take out 36,000, Tim, because half of that is for the one person we already have for the health insurance. Along with the retirement fund. So the town manager, there are applicants waiting to be talked to.
We have 9 applicants right now.
So we're hoping to have a town manager in place with the townspeople's blessing within a few months. So we put out there that the pay range was 80 to 100,
Mhm.
right? So we don't have a clue who we're going to be speaking to or what they're going to be willing to accept. So taking out all of that, but we have nothing to pay them if you take that all out.
Okay.
I know what you're proposing, but we've already taken out all the offsets that we can for the year, and still allow the town to run on a month-to-month basis. So, go ahead, Jake.
Jake, you had a quick.
So your opportunity to use some of the surplus from last year is in Article 19, is it 19? When you're talking about how much to take for offsets.
Okay.
But I think it's.
I still can make an amendment to reduce this from this budget.
You can, what's that?
I'd still like to make an amendment that we reduce, I'm gonna go with half, probably 75,000 from this because of the time frame of this month.
So I think
this year.
in the budgeting process, it was figured based on a $100,000 salary. So it's already been reduced, that's why it's only showing 87,000. It doesn't mean that they're going to spend that. That's a hiring negotiation when they find the person, but it was spec'd out at $100,000, and that's why it's already reduced down to the 87, because we knew we weren't gonna get somebody for the first 3 months.
This is a common theme in the town that we don't spend these budgets anyway. And maybe I'm missing another article where we can vote to increase the offset.
Absolutely, that's Article 19.
Okay.
Because that article is written, when it talks about all those offsets and has the numbers, it says to see what sum. So your motion at that article says to see what sum. So make up a number.
And that's gonna be on next year's, this budget?
No.
The adjustment,
It directly offsets your taxes this year. That's what the offsets do. So if we raise, just throwing a number, if we say our town budget's $4 million, but we're gonna get $2 million in offsets, we're only taxing the people for $2 million, because that's the balance.
Correct.
So whatever we take for offsets directly reduces what we have to raise in taxes. So if you pull more out of that undesignated balance, which is currently $4,500,000 or something to that effect, at the end of last year, if you pull more money out of that, it directly reduces what we have to tax the people for.
Agreed, it's just I'll make my amendment anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what is your amendment?
That we reduce the budget by 75,000 in anticipation of not having to pay the town manager plus retirement plus health insurance
Is there a
in
second?
this year's budget.
Is there a second to that motion? Yes, the lady in the front. Right.
Heather Beckford.
Is there any discussion on Tim's amendment? Yes, Mark. Matt.
Matt Plumley, 1324 Cape. Just for clarification, the 87,000 was based off a full year of $100,000 salary.
Based off 9 months.
Right, but overall, it was $100,000 for a full year. You're assuming
Well, that's
9 months.
that's
and-
what was in the budget last year. So we kind of went off that, but we didn't say that that was gospel.
With that being said, that's what it's advertised at, as a max of 100,000.
Right, but you're basing it off 12 months. The 87 is based off of 9 months. That
Right.
money that he's asking to reduce is based off that 9 months as well. Correct, the health insurance? It's not based off a full year, it's only
Correct.
based off the 9 months.
Right.
Okay, I just want clarification. So it's not,
I think
that
that's
will
what
go
you'd
up
have to ask
next
him.
year. That will go up next year when it is the 100,000, but this is based off the 9 months. It's not based off a full year.
I mean, we could technically hire somebody tomorrow, Monday morning, or we could hire somebody from 2 months from now. It's
Right, okay. But it's based off the same
9, yeah,
percentage
the
as
board, I think that's what the
the
finance
100,000.
committee figured it at, was 9 months. Is that what we,
Okay.
Well, it's 85%.
85%, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that, what he's asking to remove is 85%.
No,
But-
sorry, that's what the budget was based on.
Right, but the health insurance is also based off that 85% of the year.
You know, actually, I'm not sure that the health insurance figures in here got prorated. I don't think they did. I think
they
those
were
are
for a year.
annual, those are annual numbers.
Yeah.
Now, what is 15% of $16,000? That's what, 16 and 8, $2,400.
Yes.
It's not
15
material money in the grand scheme of the budget.
Okay.
So.
I just want clarification on
And
that. So if
it's
we
in the
remove
budget,
it,
but
we
not-
could
it
be
won't be spent.
shortening the months
Yes,
in health care
Correct.
privilege.
well,
Yes, you're right.
If you hire within the 9 months.
Correct. I would assume that the motion is to reduce both salary and health insurance and retirement in dollars in the budget. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I didn't break out the percentages of how it works.
Correct. Yes.
But right now, it's all based off of 9 months, not a full year. Just want to clarify.
Well, the salary is based on 9 months. The health insurance and the retirement was not prorated. It's an annual number in the budget.
it's not an
Okay.
individual, yes.
So that's what he's asking for the amendment, is for it to essentially be prorated.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
What he's asking is to take $75,000 out of the budget.
He's asking for a cut.
Salary's arbitrary anyway for the moment.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
So
All
just
right.
to be clear, $75,000 less than that is $890,335.
890 is what? Jake, can you say that again, please?
$890,335. If somebody
Is
wants
there
to
anyone
check.
else who wishes to
But
speak
it's
to the
not.
amendment? Hearing none. Is, all those in favor of further reducing Article 3 will now read, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $890,335 for general town operations. All those in favor of his amendment, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Amendment fails. All right, we are back to the original motion, the original, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $965,335 for general town operations. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Yeah.
All those opposed, please raise your hand. It passed. Okay. All right, we're on to Article 4, Human Services. To see if the town will raise and appropriate $28,830 for human services. Is there a motion? Jake made a motion, is there a second? Claudette seconded. Select Board. Any comment on Article 4? Pretty much speaks
for itself.
Any comment from the Budget Committee on Article 4? Pretty much speaks for itself. Yes, Bonnie, you have.
Jake and Claudette.
Thank you, Bonnie Laughlin, Cape Road. Could, Joyce, could you ask one of the people here to explain the reduction in the general assistance and what that might mean to helping people if people need assistance? Thank you.
Select Board?
Yep, hang on. It's because of what we spent last year on page 20. We spent, out of the warrant article, $15,754 was what was in the article. We only spent $6,677 at the very top line, Bonnie, on page 20, which is why we reduced the overall request by $2,000.
Okay.
Thank you. And Joyce, follow up to that. Can you help us? We're all here. It's town meeting. We're dedicating our day, our time here, maybe not the whole day. Are we spending that amount because fewer people have asked? Or is there any other sort of subject, is there any other aspect to people being denied? Fewer people asked or people were denied?
That, Bonnie, is the general assistance administrator. Everything is confidential there. They come in, we announce every Thursday night the hours of the general assistance office, and that the documentation, the information that they have to provide is all by state law. So whether or not, they qualify or not is all because of that.
Yes, Jake.
So last year,
Yeah.
in the Yellow Book, we had basically the same $15,000 budget and spent 68. So we've been at that kind of 68 for a couple of years.
Bev, you had a comment?
I just wanted to say, is sitting in the front office
watching folks who need general assistance, they are reluctant to ask. They stand there many times and say, I'm in a bad place, I don't want to ask. It's very hard for them to do that, and it's embarrassing for them to do that. And I think that it's sad because there's funds available and folks just don't ask because they're proud, and I understand that, but that's why we don't spend a lot of money on it, I believe.
I'd like to really thank Bev for that input. It gives some background to the reality of people needing it, maybe having a hard time asking for it.
Yep.
And I just am liking to hear this publicly. I think I did read the report in the town report from the GA administrator last year, Mike Barden, who does say that emergency assistance may also be available through DHHS and or York County Community Action. Are we also letting people know that those different entities are available to help them? It sounds like you are. But
People
can you
call
just-
and ask about fuel. See, our general assistance does emergency fuel, but people can apply for LIHEAP, low-income heating program, each year, where they get money from York County for that, is that DHHS? I guess it is. There's also another program that's available that the York County Realtors Association does. It starts usually in January, which is a little tough because winter starts long before January. But they have an application. We have copies of it. This is a good thing to tell your friends and neighbors that are having a hard time with heating oil. All they have to do is fill the form out. If they meet the income qualifications, which the selectmen just check it, that's all. Fill it out and send it to them. They will deliver 100 gallons of oil to needy folks. So that's, I think, a very underutilized resource, and people don't know about it. But we try to tell them when they come to our office. So.
All right, is there any more questions on Article 4? If not, we will vote on Article 4, which reads, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $28,830 for human services. All in favor of Article 4? Those opposed? Passes. Article 5, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,169,181 for public safety. Funds to be allocated as in the budget. Is there a motion? Jake moved. Is there a second? Yes. Owen seconded. Select Board?
We're open to questions.
Yep.
Budget Committee, any particular comment? No. Are there questions on this? Yes, Emo.
So I'd like to start by clarifying. So I'm responsible for 3 sections of the 4 sections of. Can't hear you. Sorry.
Ben, can you turn up? They're already up.
Closer to the mic.
This one. It'll go over.
So I'm responsible for 3 of the 4 sections of this article. First one is emergency management. You'll see there's a $2,000 increase in the request. That is simply because I'm responsible for creating a shelter if there's an event that requires people to shelter, except we have no funds to do that. So there's $1,000 in the detail for new equipment, which would only be for things like cots, bedding, those types of things. And then $1,000 for, I forget what the title is, but essentially to feed and supply items in the event there were a shelter. And so I don't anticipate those funds being used. They just need to be available in the event that something were to happen. The remaining $750 is the stipend that I would normally get, and I've proposed moving that to a deputy emergency management director position and eliminating my stipend. And that would be a position. My goal is to have become responsible for the emergency operations center as a whole. As the fire chief and the emergency management director, if we need to set up an emergency operations center, I might also have to be available for the fire department, so it makes that difficult to do the two roles. So that stipend would go to one person who would be responsible for that.
That is a person already on staff, just for clarification?
Negative, nope.
It would mean a hire,
Well, an appointment, yeah.
but it's somebody that's on staff?
No, it would be somebody that's totally outside of the fire department roster, because I'm trying not
Okay.
to mix the two things.
Okay. That's for clarification. I know I'm not supposed to interject, but
The dispatch section is pretty straightforward. I don't know that it's changed in several years. We have a contract with Augusta Regional Communications Center through the state. That's a certain fee that we don't have any control over, essentially. I am confident it's the cheapest service we can pay for, and we get what we pay for. We have a contract for the tower that we contract from Limerick over on Hozak Mountain, and I believe that's $1,000 a year. And then we have, I believe, $1,000 in there for radio maintenance in the event that something goes down at the tower or somewhere between Hozak and Augusta. The fire department, fire EMS budget is overall, it's a 2% increase. Which is $25,724, and $21,359 of that is basically mandated increases. We were forced to budget for FMLA this year, which was $8,059, and insurance premium increases brought an increase of $13,300, which is literally 50% of the overall increase. I have 3 different payroll lines. You'll see there's varying percentage rates. 4 payroll lines, differing percentage rates. If you take all the payroll lines, including overtime and holiday, the overall increase is $755 shy of a 3% increase. The payroll full-time line shows a 1% increase, and that's, they'll be getting a raise, but the schedule that they're working will change. We have employed our full-time staff. We have 4 of them who work on the ambulance. They, up until hopefully this month, they work 48-hour work weeks. That's 2 24-hour shifts every single week. Normally in public safety, they work 24-hour shifts, but on an 8-day rotation. We weren't doing that because we didn't have all our full-time positions filled, and so we weren't able to start that rotation. We now have those positions filled, and what we're doing now is rotating them on an 8 days, but they're backfilling a 24-hour shift on the week that they would only normally have 1 24-hour shift. So in the end, it becomes a 42-hour average work week over the course of a year. So though it looks like only a 1% raise, it's because the hours will actually go down. For my position, the fire chief, it's a 7% increase. However, I've only budgeted a 75 cent per hour increase, which I believe is 1%. But I'm asking for 2 hours extra pay each week because I'm budgeted for 40 hours. And I think this is the 4th year. My average is at least 46 hours per week. So that comes to about a $12,000 donation each year. The per diem and paid on call line is a 9% increase, but it's adding $10,000 for paid on call staff. I can't predict the number of fire calls we have and the hours that takes, or the number of staff that will respond on those calls. We significantly increased our training time, which is paid. And so the original $20,000 that we have been budgeting is not enough anymore. So though it's more than a 5 or 3%, it's because there's extra money added for different reasons. If you look at the full-time line, you'll see last year we didn't spend anywhere near all of what I had budgeted. I've budgeted exactly for the hours we have for the pay we pay these people, but we had vacant positions for a significant portion of the year, so we obviously didn't spend all that money. I think that's the gist of the major changes. So total in increases in my budget was $49,074, but I've reduced other lines by $23,350, giving the total adjustment of $25,724.
Are there any comments from the floor on, yes, Dick? I'm sorry, I didn't see you, ma'am, you're next.
Hi, Dick Chair at the Tucker Road. Just a question. Anna, thank you for all the work you guys do. The health, whatever, subscriptions, rescue subscription service, has that been dropped, or is that part of this?
Nope, so there's a line item in here that
There is a line,
hasn't.
okay, we didn't get the form this year, so,
Well,
Yeah,
haven't come out yet. They haven't come out yet.
okay.
They're
Yeah.
on the way.
They're on the way, okay.
Yeah,
I'll
I've
eagerly
seen-
check my mailbox, thank you.
I've seen the proofs for the form, so it is in work.
Ma'am?
Callie Kimball, Tucker Road. Email, thank you. Have no questions on your 3 lines. I just want to know about the animal control officer, what those increases are for.
I know that $1,000 is for a rabies.
Yes, I think it was 1,000 or 1,100 for there's a mandatory rabies shot that he must take. The equipment, I think, was for a laptop that he originally put in for a MacBook, a tough book, but we
dropped that back down
we
to
cut that back down to just a
$700.
laptop because it's going to be mandatory here in the very near future for them to be online with the state of Maine for like dog bites, that type of stuff. Everything has to be documented and filed.
What is the 20% increase on the payroll?
That's the increase in hours.
More hours for him.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Yes. Sue?
Sue Lord, Moody Road. So thank you very much for everything that you do. Your department is wonderful. Thank you also for the detailed explanation. I think if we had received the context around the previous article, it would have been very, very helpful. For example, I just think we would have been a lot further along, so maybe something to consider for next year would be very helpful. I do have one comment, and please take this in the spirit in which it is intended, because I too also donate a lot of time being salaried to my company. I'm just concerned about a 7% increase in line item, I guess it's 101, and to me, that seems perpetual, and I don't know if that guarantees that you would have the same amount of overtime, and it goes back to I feel, the issue of the COLA plus the merit plus an expansion of duties. So I'm just concerned about that one line item, and I thought I would share that, so thank you.
Are there any more comments? Yes, Judy? Yeah, I'll call you next.
Judy Weymouth, The Long Way. Again, in the grand scheme of things, this is a piddly amount, but it's $1,200 for the rabies vaccinations. I am pre-exposure vaccinated because I volunteer in a wildlife rescue, and we specialize in rabies vector species that we take care of. And I had the series 2 years ago, and it cost me $75, and that was without insurance coverage. It was cash out of my pocket. There was a clinic arranged for animal care workers. And once a year I go and have a immunity titer done, which my insurance pays. So why is it costing $1,200 for this man to have the rabies series? There must be other clinics available for it. Again, I appreciate, in $1 million budget, what's $1,200? But I don't understand that disparity between what I got and what. And by the way, my titer says I'm immune. It's not like I got sugar water injections, so I know that it's real.
I can't answer that. He came to us and said the state mandates him these 2 particular shots in the sum of this through it's the state mandate. I don't,
We can certainly
I
look
can
into
try
it.
to get
Look
in
into what
touch with
Judy
them
was talking about, but
and find out,
we
but,
weren't aware of that, certainly.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a different,
It wasn't just the rabies, there was a rabies and something
it's a
else.
multitude, I think, it's a shot that animal control officers are required to have in the
Right.
state of Maine. It may not be just rabies, it may be a number of things that go with the shot.
Tetanus booster, I mean,
I
when you get an
honestly- I
animal
can't
bite, you
answer
get a
that.
tetanus booster usually.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, it just seems like it's extraordinary, and especially when there are clinics available to do that. But again, I accept that in the grand scheme of things, why am I complaining about $1,200? Maybe it's because I can relate to $1,200, but I can't relate to $1 million. And I think that's probably the case with most people. We'll never see $1 million in our hands, so $1,200 is more realistic, but
Yes.
just ask.
Thank you, Judy. Sir, you were next.
Sean Hoskins, 86 Norton Road. This meeting's going on longer than I expected, so if someone wants to order some pizzas, I'm buying. That is not a joke. I will pay for pizzas. This is a long meeting. On animal control, I believe he's a shared service across towns, judging by the amount we pay for him. And maybe this is false, if someone could address that right away.
He's a part-time for
Parsonsfield.
Parsonsfield.
Yeah.
No.
No, he just
got done
He just got done
Parsonsfield.
because he's running for.
No, he just got done Hollis, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He was in Hollis
Who's
as well.
David
Lonsby.
Yeah,
The
Lonsby.
animal control person?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I was
Exactly.
just wondering if some of these expenses are being split between multiple towns or not.
No, this expense here is solely for our town.
Limington.
Okay.
Originally, when he was with Parsons, who was it?
Porter, I think. You did some work in Porter.
Yes. They split the jacket and everything with us, and then when he got done, we had to reimburse them for that particular part.
Okay.
But so everything here and paid for is for the town of Limington. He's required the hours in this town, and we take priority. And he just got done with Hollis, is it Hollis, because he's running for selectman in his town.
All right. I do want to add, I worked with David on multiple calls, being on the negative side and on the positive side. He is an excellent professional, so on the payroll side, a 20% increase, is that solely hours? There's no hourly increase?
I believe.
There's no hourly increase.
No,
That was,
I think it was a combination.
there was a
Was it a
combination.
combo?
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that back
I
up.
didn't bring.
Yeah, there's an increase in pay as well with
Okay,
that.
just wanted to make sure we
Yeah,
have that.
and I think the increase in pay took precedence over the extended of hours, is because he had knocked that back too.
Because that is barely an increase. It's a huge increase from last year's budget, but barely an increase over actuals from last year. I'm a little worried that we're setting ourselves up for failure in that line, looking at the amount of calls that we had last year. Our residence is increasing. I would anticipate more calls this year, so that's a concern I have. I'm not going to do a motion, but.
In that
definitely-
situation, if it does get to a point where the calls for some reason jump way up, then we would have to have another special meeting to increase that line budget.
Well, also, I was just gonna say, again, sort of within the warrant, it's the total, and there are some, there's some dollars in here for miscellaneous, there's a little more mileage in there, so
there's
there's a
some,
little
like,
money to move
buffer.
around.
Yeah, okay. On fire and EMS, back to Article 1, when we were talking about that propane line item, I just want to, when I'm looking through the fire and EMS line items, there's a J.P. Carroll heating fuel for Coventry. I don't know if that's secretly the propane, or is that?
No, that's the satellite station on the Hollis
Okay,
line.
so that is so there's just an unaccounted for propane payment somewhere.
Somewhere.
That's not listed.
Right.
Anywhere.
Yeah, and judging by history, I don't think that propane came out of that line because, it's staying in line with
Well,
historic numbers.
I was just looking through the itemized of where we paid for fuel
Right.
and fuel companies, and there's a missing propane payment.
Right.
Just in the entire document.
Highly unlikely we got it for free.
That'd be great, that'd be great. I'm really sorry to bring this up. There's been some rumors that I've heard that select boardmen's companies are servicing town vehicles. I just wanted clarification of whether or not that is happening in 2024, or we'll
Well,
continue.
that
in
is not does not pertain to this.
It does,
I
because
can
it's part
speak
of
to
maintenance, and it's
It's,
not- and it would be
are you talking
itemized if it
about,
was.
are you talking about maintenance in the fire department? Is that what you're
Yes,
talking about?
which is within this article.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
Yes, Emil.
so just to go right from the start, there was questions about the validity of state inspections on the town-owned vehicles. And so the select board had hired somebody to come in different from who had done it the last several years, just to ensure that things were actually inspectable. So this particular vehicle, the inspection sticker wasn't expiring until later because of purchase times and all that stuff. And so they had done the inspection, and it had needed some things. One of them was, what was it, the airbag light, I think was.
Yes, the airbag
So,
light.
Public Works generally does our maintenance, saves the town a ton of money, in my opinion. But they don't have the ability to analyze check engine lights or ABS lights and all those things. So during that time period, before the state inspection expired, we were talking about having to find some place to get this diagnosed and find out what it needs. Jason said that he would diagnose it and see what we needed. If that was something that Public Works could repair, then they would know what they needed to do, could do the repair or not. And so there was never an intention of charging the town or even necessarily doing the work if there was work that needed to be done. I think it was something that was totally blown out of proportion, and I'll leave it at that because I'm going off topic. But I just remind people that it wasn't that long ago that we didn't have a public works department. We used to elect road commissioners, and the way they made their living was by billing the town for doing the work that they were responsible for doing. So I see it no different.
I would add that Facebook is not always the best place to get your information.
Well, I don't actually use Facebook, so that's
Okay, that's
a
good.
different
Good for
thing.
you.
But that total on that car was $1,825.34 done by Wild One Motorsports.
Okay.
That's who fixed the car.
That's
I
why I
was
was
just,
for clarification
as a
of the line
town,
item stuff.
as a town citizen, I offered my time after work, which
Yep.
it was, to diagnose it because I have the technology to.
I appreciate the clarification.
And that was it. So there was no, nor do I even want to work on town stuff. So.
All right, can we move on now? Is there anything else pertinent? Yes, Bonnie. Is this pertinent to and new information? Let's not rehash.
Thank you, Bonnie Laughlin. I know we're waiting for an answer to Sue's question a minute ago, Emil, about, but I'm just going to put in one more quick thing about EMS. In a few minutes, we're going to, I think in a few minutes, we're going to be asked to vote on expenditures from the capital fund. And I know your budget here is the operating fund.
Correct.
So will that be the time to talk about the ambulance?
I would think.
Yes, it
Okay,
is
great.
not pertinent to this.
And in this case, though, I want to thank you for your report in which you let us know what the impact will be to our mill rate. I couldn't follow it all because I didn't take the time.
Well,
But I'd like to in the future when I see those offerings, and I wish that everybody would offer that. We've talked about in the past whether it's doable or not. It seems you really took that on. I think it's very important when all of us vote on a budget, if we can be given the information about how it will impact our mill rate. It's done in other towns. We've talked about this over the years. Thank you for what you did there. And the last thing is, there is a donation account, the Fire EMS donation account. On page 33, we see that it's $11,000. Emil, that $11,000, can that be used to offset some of your expenses? I'll stop now, and maybe you can answer Sue's question, too.
$4,500 of that is committed towards water supply in lieu of doing a water supply for a subdivision that was done several years ago. We've been carrying that balance. And then I don't know how that works as far as the people's input on directing that money. Again, it's a line item versus the warrant article. Could certainly reduce the budget line or the article by that amount. I would hope you don't, because tonight we're doing an employee appreciation dinner at no cost to the town, and it's being funded through that donation account.
Please just clarify for me then, what is, last year it was 9,000-ish. This year it's 11,000-ish. So please tell me what the donation account is used for. I'm all for the kinds of things you're saying. At the same time, this is a line item that seems to have more money in it than last year, so maybe it is something that we could use to offset to some extent.
Patty, do you have like a detailed portion for those receivables?
Receivables, no. Basically, they are, people donate when someone passes away. They ask that they donate to the rescue. It's for mostly rescue personnel, appreciation. And I guess basically that's what they use it for, is appreciation things, like their dinner they're having tonight.
Okay, so we move on. Any more questions about Article 5? Yes, Emo.
I just want to make sure I haven't left a question unanswered. Bonnie was under the impression that Sue's waiting for an answer, but I'm not sure if there was a, okay. Okay.
Yes, Matt.
Matt Plumley, 1324 Cape Road. Just clarification, you did your breakdown. Looking at the per diem breakdown, is that also the on-call members?
Yep.
And with that, we went way over budget because you can't predict fire calls. I get that.
Yep.
But we are seeing an uptick in calls every year. Should that number, I know we can't adjust it now, should that number be higher? And what does that equate to raises for the average on-call member?
So there's a pay scale for non-trained people, it was a 50-cent increase. For fire-trained people, it was a 75-cent increase. And for licensed people, for EMS, it would be a $1.50 increase. And I can't remember the percentages, how that breaks out.
I was just wondering if we were going to go over again this year with
Yeah.
numbers going up. I understand if you threw, the $60,000 on there to match what we spent last year, people would be pretty upset but people should know that we can't predict, but Limington is growing and our call volume is going up every year. So, that might be something one we want to look into in the future. And then my other question is the EMS director. It looks like a total amount wasn't used for that. I know last year people were complaining because she was at $90,000 because she worked a full year, and I know due to personal issues and deaths in the families and stuff, she only worked like half the year. But if you only do half the year, she would have been at that $90,000 again, and we're still only doing a 5% increase. How much, you said you got a 75-cent increase. What was the increase on her pay?
So her increase, I based off the license level of $1.50
Okay.
for her EMS. So you're right. I mean, she didn't get her whole salary because of personal time away. The extra money that she made would have come out of the that per diem and paid on call line. And I guess I can't really speak much outside of that because it's out of my control. But to go back to the overage last year on that same line, I hope that we don't go near that, because I think that per diem line will go down because of the full-time positions that have been filled now. So it should balance that out.
All right.
So the way I did the budgeting for all of those lines, to the best I could, was calculate the number of hours that we cover, and then have to throw some in because of the paid on-call time. But also, if a shift overlaps, for a late call, things like that, we just can't control that stuff, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring clarification to that. A lot of people might see the 309 and go, well, they went way over budget.
Right.
You can't predict emergencies, and
Yep.
unfortunately, it's going up every year. So.
And with that, I would welcome anybody to come in anytime, phone call, whatever. If you want to have an overview of our equipment, our budget, how things operate, whatever, you're always welcome, and I encourage it. So.
Thank you. Are there any more questions on Article 5? Seeing none, the motion is to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,169,181 for public safety. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Article passes. Article 6, Roads and Highway, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,330,982 for roads and highways allocated as such. Selectmen? Oh, I beg your pardon. Motion, no, hold on, we have to have a motion. Jake made the motion, is there a second? Chris seconded it, yes. Now I'm going to have the selectmen speak, and then I'll come to you.
The articles aren't right, I don't think, I wanted to be able to follow along.
No, but we're in Article 6.
The account numbers, what page is it?
Well, let's, I'm not quite sure.
10 and 23.
Page 23.
23 is the detail.
Roads and highways, is that what you're talking about?
The account numbers under Article 6 are wrong.
Oh, yeah, 03 instead of 05, yeah.
Fleet maintenance.
Yes, she is correct.
Roads and highway, well, the
Yep.
roads and highways seem to be the same as public safety. There is,
No,
your-
The 3 should be a
This
5.
3
Yeah.
should be a 5.
account 05, oh, yes, okay, I see what you're saying, yes.
Yes.
Which is, okay. So, how does that affect the article, Patty? Is that a problem?
I don't,
So we just
maybe we
need
can
to,
make an amendment to.
we just need, thank you for picking up on that. So under Article 6, the account number would be 05 instead of 03.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
It'd be 035,001.
No.
No,
It'd be
no,
05.
no.
055.
055.
055.
Yeah.
So it would be account number 055001,
Yes, that's correct.
5101.
okay? Okay. Select people, do you have any initial comment on Article 6?
No.
Well, we're just going to wait for Chris's
Yep.
question.
Jake?
I'd like to make a motion that we reduce this article by $58,000.
Is there a second to the motion? Yes, Chris seconded it, and why?
I have, I'm just going to give the last 3 digits of the account. 223 materials.
And what page are you on?
I'm on
Page
page
23.
23. I believe this is one of the areas, one of the departments in town that I think gave the most back at the end of the year, so I kind of went through it with a little bit more of an eye for where could we save some money. So 223, my proposal is to...
That's under materials?
Yes,
Yes.
under materials, reduce that to $25,000 instead of the 30. Under 260, miscellaneous, reduce that from 5,000 to 4,000. Under Article 312, building repair and maintenance, reduce that from 5,500 to 4,500. Under number, skipping down a little bit to 511, salt, reduce that to 55,000 from the 85, which is a savings of $30,000. 512, sand, reduce it from
It's 9,000.
9,000 to 6,000. Under 515, fuel, reduce it to 30,000. Under 643, subcontracting, reduce it to 10,000. And if my math is right, that's a total of $58,000 in savings. So the proposal would be $1,272,982. And that's just looking at historical numbers on that and not using all of the amounts that are there.
Hold on 1 minute,
I missed
please.
the last 10,000. What was that coming out?
643, subcontracting. It's budgeted for 20,000.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to reduce Article 6 to read $1,272,982. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes, Matt?
Matt Plumley, Cape Road. I'm just asking, is the Public Works fully staffed?
Technically, no.
No, they're not fully staffed. Because I noticed the payroll didn't go up, so those employees are not getting a raise this year if we were to fully staff that department. And then also the Public Works Director is also not getting a raise this year. And I'm just trying to figure out, again, back to treating everybody fair and evenly, why are the...
No, they will be, Matt. We've discussed that, they will be, but that total dollar there, we don't know, because we've had people leave, we haven't hired, you know, so we don't know yet.
But is this payroll based off of a full staff?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it is off of full staff. If we were to get up to full staff, then we would be paying them what we paid last year with no increase.
So,
Hold on just a minute. That's Sean.
Yeah.
Yes.
2 people right now. We expect to fill 1 for right now. We're gonna see how that goes this year. And then maybe 1 with part-time instead of full-time, so, to help with mowing, things like that. As of the building maintenance kind of falls under a little bit of everything. So the building maintenance reduction, we're fine with that. The maintenance also, where we're slowly getting rid of the junk. I think the maintenance will be all right as well. The paving contract, that is kind of including the paving contracting and the paving cost. That's always been separate. It's kind of included together now. The reason why paving has gone down now is because our focus this year is not only Doles Ridge Road and the shoulders on Doles Ridge Road, because it's such a narrow road, but now all your offset roads, like, say, Stonecrest, July Street, you know, all these small roads now that are getting difficult to maintain, where we've got most of the connectors and our arteries in decent shape. The materials, we figured we would take the material money out of the pavement, because most of this material we're going to use is going to be for shoulders or, you know, whatnot. So the material money can come down. The salt, I would be very careful of, because salt, we're depending on 2 years. So we got a half a season, you know, that we've got to figure this salt out for next year. And we have no idea what's going to happen. This year, we were short 3 trucks. So salt, we did real well on, but we also had a hell of a time keeping up. The problem also is with salt is we put in a contract for a certain amount of tonnage. We have to use up to 75% of that money. If not, we end up paying another $30 a ton. So right now, we've been budgeting, you know, for the past few years, say 80,000. We went up to 90. If we, with the cost of salt now, were to stick with the 1,800 ton estimate, we would be at $270,000. So we've been getting away with it right now between $80,000 and $90,000. So I'd be very, 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 very careful on cutting back salt. Sand, I don't mind cutting back sand because we're trying to get away from it, not 100%, but we're trying to cut back on it because it has a little salt in it. It makes a hell of a mess in the spring, but most of the time on the heavy roads, people can deal with it in their lawns. The small roads, we sweep. So the sand, I wouldn't mind cutting back a little bit. The salt, I'd be very, very careful on how much we cut back on salt, only because we have no clue what's going to happen next year. Most fiscal years go from July 1st to June 30th, on every other town. We're going from January 1st to December 31st. So we've got 2 half seasons in there that we're estimating this salt for, and we have no clue what Mother Nature's going to do, just like this morning. Reason why I'm late. So I'd be very careful on that. The building maintenance, the 45 or 55,000, the building maintenance, we can usually take that out of just our normal maintenance. Most of the time with our buildings, it's either a piece of siding got damaged from a wing or something like that we do every spring after we meet with the town's insurance company. So those are usually minute things. Light bulbs, we gotta change all the light bulbs this year because incandescent are now gonna be illegal. So the building maintenance, we can cut that back because most of the time we can take that out of, something else. But just remember, our regular maintenance, it's extremely difficult when we try to maintain with the fire department because most of the stuff we keep in stock. So a lot of times fire department valves, things like are super expensive. We keep in stock when we use them. We'll write a PO or he'll write a PO and we'll reimburse them. When it comes to butt connectors, wiring, motor oil, stuff like that, sometimes it's hard to catch. Sometimes they need a windshield wiper. They've got to come down and get it. Most of the time they check it off. Sometimes it gets thrown on the truck. So, we're working with each other on the vehicle maintenance, and I think we've done pretty well in keeping all of these trucks, especially the fire apparatus, running for the little amount of maintenance money that we have. But salt, I would be very, very, very hesitant on changing that number. If we wanted to go from 90 to 80, I'm pretty comfortable with that, and then we see at the end of the year, if we have to come back up 10, great. We can make up for it with the salt sand. But salt is something that we can get bit in the long run if we don't commit to the 1,800 ton estimate that I give them every single year. Now, saying this again, the salt boat is now gone for the rest of the year. They unloaded. The rest is going down south to Texas and to South Carolina because they're getting the weather we're getting. So a lot of places now, small contractors in the South Portland and Portland area have been shut off completely with salt. We just got a few loads yesterday that I expected 4 weeks ago. Normally we order salt, we get it next day or the following day. But now Portland is making it more strict for them to unload that salt boat. Now these guys are unloading the salt boat overnight to keep down on traffic, and then these same guys can't drive during the day to deliver the salt to where we need. And then we are always put last. Main Turnpike and the DOT is always first for salt. So sometimes I'll order 200 ton because I know they're gonna call me and say, we're cutting your order in half to 100 ton. Well, great, because really all I wanted was 100 ton. But if we get the 200 ton, great, we'll squeeze it somewhere. But to run out of salt is a big, big mistake with the weather that we've been getting right now. So salt, I wouldn't touch. You wanna make some decreases there, great. The pavement, I'm happy with the pavement being decreased, and I'm happy with the payroll being decreased to 1 full-time person and a part-time person. We're gonna try something a little different this year and see how it goes. We still struggle with trying to keep things mowed. It takes a lot of time, but we still have, one guy that plans on coming back this spring as a whether subcontractor or part-time to help us with some of the things like that. He can handle that stuff, and we'll go from there. The rec department has been real good about borrowing a mower and taking care of their own things down on Momadale, other than the road grading and things like that. And they've also been helping us out with their building, which is the old town hall. But other than that, the ball fields, things like that, they take a lot of time, especially if we get a lot of rain. So don't touch the salt.
So, okay, so with that being said, are you open to amending your motion?
So the only thing, I guess the question I was gonna ask is, you're talking about 90,000, so it's already, the proposal's 85 already.
Right. I didn't mind cutting it down some, but you were planning on cutting it down to what, 50?
Down to, 55.
55.
Because we only used 24.
Damn foolish move right there.
Because we've only used 25 this year, and last year was 45.
This year, so far. This year starts again in October. We could have snow in October. We don't know.
But this would have been the would have been
Remained last year.
last winter and the
Right.
beginning of this winter.
Remember, we're short 4 trucks last year. So
Which we're not this
we've been-
year.
This
We
year, we're gonna
have
hopefully
the
have
full-
that resolved. We've
full,
got 2
yeah.
more coming back in service next week. And then hopefully we'll vote on a decent used one at the end of the day today. Remember, we've got 107 miles that we deal with. We've had 4 trucks at 107 miles. So when you go outside and your side road is 3 or 4 inches deep, you can cuss at me all you want. We're going as fast as we can. That being said, we'll be in better shape next week. You know, obviously with the storms we've had the past couple weeks, it's really put us in a bind, because we're all trying to work together on getting things done and taking care of things like apparatus and stuff that they need as well, which anything that has to do with an ambulance or a fire truck, I believe takes priority, other than making sure we have a plow truck. But if that ambulance goes down, everything stops. Until somebody else wants to take the job over, which I'm fine with, but right now, that's the way it goes. We've got one fire engine right now that is out of service, and we were trying to figure out a way to get it in service today, but we had until noon time to make that decision. And we found out at 10 that we had until noon to make the decision, so.
And it's on its way.
It's on its way?
All right, so let's get back to the salt line. Jay, are you, yes, did you have a comment, Claudette?
No, sorry.
So if you want to redo the figures, leave the salt at 85. You can trickle down on the other, and I think we'll be just fine. I wanted this year to take a little bit of a hurt off the taxpayers, because it has increased a lot the past couple of years. And I think this year, we can get a little more bang for our buck where we're cutting down and doing smaller roads. But just leave the salt alone.
All right, we need an answer. What are we going to do here? We're cogitating, and we're going to take the word of the highway commissioner, whose job it is to be responsible for this.
Or we're going to buy a ton of salt from
Well,
Sleepers.
or, I mean, if we leave the motion as it is, it just gets voted on.
Right.
Yeah, that's all I was,
Oh, okay.
that was just my contemplation at this point, but.
Sean, do you believe you'd need more, if you had an unlimited supply of salt, would you be putting more down now?
No, we still want, we're still trying to be smart with the amount of salt that we put down. It is tough when you're shorthanded also, because sometimes you've got to try to keep the Pullman spring trucks running and things like that.
Okay, let's get back.
In the future, I see that happening. There's always going to be a need for sand with the side roads, but the salt priority, it would be a good goal in the future. We're pushing towards that. That's why we've been using less, sand. But right now, we've got to be real careful.
Sorry, to give you the time.
Okay.
No.
I would love
All
to
right,
see
all right.
that.
Remember-
Tim, we're going to stop the interaction here. So right now, we have a motion to reduce the Article 6
Hold on, I
by,
need to clarify if there's an error on the page before we vote on the total.
what is your question for
Sorry.
clarity?
Sean Hoskins, 86 Norton Road. The State Road Assistance Program of $79,000. On page 23, current year, it's included in the warrant amount. Request, it does not appear to be included in that total amount.
We don't
So-
request that.
We,
That's in the account that we get.
Okay, well,
That's
okay,
state
I just
money.
want to
Yeah.
clarify because it's included in current year.
Right.
So when you're looking
But
at the difference.
That's what we have, but we're not, it's not part of the request. That dollar number
Okay.
isn't part of the total.
so basically what that is, the state gives us so much a mile to doing one.
Well, that's fine, I'm just saying, when you look at a sheet of numbers, it needs to make sense. This is
Yeah,
not,
I saw that.
even with the fleet maintenance as a separate, looks like a total separate line item, it's really included in the Public Works Department. This is a very confusing page to ask for people to vote on with, I think it was 2 weeks' notice on this thing, so next year we can organize
So my second question never got answered, so I'm just
What was
looking
your second
for
question, please?
clarification. You didn't ask for a pay increase this year.
Not myself, no.
According to what you were paid last year was 90,000.
Yep.
But according to this, you were only paid 76, and your annual budget is 82. So again, if you kept it the same, according to this, you were paid 90,000, so you're already in a deficit.
There's
Why
an
didn't
error-
you ask
there's-
for a
there's an
pay
error
increase?
There's an error on that. Remember, we have a separate line item for plowing operations. So I have a base salary. Now, so from 7 to 3, you can get 10 feet of snow. 7 to 3, it's my salary. Years ago, we decided where I'm putting in some effort after hours, on weekends or on nights, that will come out of the plowing account, which is 5101-106. Same thing with the other guys. So I will get $30 an hour for plowing time after my salary time. Okay, so you're probably looking at, I don't know why that number's still not my actual salary, because it still should come to that point, maybe an error in that part. But whenever you see that I've made like, my W-2 would say I made 94,000. Some of that is coming out of that 106 account, for the extra plowing.
So this is a typo on this.
It's
You
gotta
should
be a
have got
typo
your
on that.
actual
Yep,
salary.
Yep, but as of my salary, I did not ask for any increases, pay increases for myself this year. One thing is, the extra plowing money is great, but Uncle Sam gets every damn dime of it anyhow. So, but as of the crew, when we do add another full-time person, it won't be two, it'll be one, and then maybe.
Yeah, you did a good
either
job
contract.
justifying that. I just wanted to know why you
Right.
didn't get one.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So, yep.
So we're back to, I guess Jake is not going to change his motion, so we're back to reduce.
Not this one.
Okay. We're back to reducing Article 6 to read, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,272,982 for roads and highways. All in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed?
I wanted to oppose the amendment.
Yeah, that's what, we're voting on the amendment right now.
Okay, so it's
Okay.
opposed to the
Yeah,
amendment.
yeah, oh yeah. So let's do it over again. Those who are in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Those who are opposed to the amendment. No, it's pretty close. Do you want to count it?
Yeah, we're gonna have to count it.
Okay, we're going to have to count, all right? So those in the, listen everyone, please.
We can count hands.
All right, everybody, please listen. This is voting on the amendment, which reads $1,272,982. Those who are in favor of the amendment, raise your hand and put it up there, because if you like this, you're not going to get counted.
Yeah, don't put it up late.
Just keep it up until Beverly says not to.
I got 24.
Those who are opposed to the amendment.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
And one over here. And the other here.
31.
Okay, so the amendment loses. So we are back to the original article with the bottom line item of $1,330,000 and $1,330,982. Is there any further discussion of Article 6? Yes, Jake?
I'm going to make the same motion and remove the salt line.
Hey, there we go. Now we're
So what is that amount now, Jake?
So we're going to reduce it by 28,000, which I believe, somebody check my math, brings us down to 1,302,982.
Correct.
Okay. All right, is there a second to Jake's motion? Yes, the lady in front. May I ask your name? Hi, Kelly, I'm sorry to keep saying what, not that you're not a lady, but it's nice to have a name. All right, so there is an amendment for the budget bottom line item of Article 6 to be $1,302,982. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor
Of the amendment.
of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment passes. So we're back now to vote for the final time on Article 6.
You hope.
I have this right here. To see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,302,982 for roads and highway. Is there a discussion? Yes, Dick?
So this is the main question.
This is the main question now. Yes, yeah.
Okay. Are we ready for discussion?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Dick Sheriff at Tucker Road. We used to spend $100,000 on paving every year. And then they decided we want to pave some of the unpaved roads. So we raised it to $200,000 and $300,000, and this was supposed to save us money. But I think the fact that we started spending $300,000 on paving we kind of got in the habit of spending $300,000, and now we're up to $500,000 in pavement. Now, in the past, the road commissioner always prepared a 5-year plan for taking care of our roads. And that would include paving the roads and a list of all the roads that were expected to be paved. You know, they don't always follow it because things change. But at least we had a plan, so we had an idea. But if we allocate $500,000 for paving, I guarantee you we'll just spend $500,000 for paving. And this is a big ticket item that we might be able to save a lot of money. Now, I guess my first question is, of that $500,000, all we see in the town report is they did Shaving Hill Road. Maybe it cost that. But how much of that is for repaving our existing plant structure, our road structure, and how much is for creating paving like gravel roads that haven't been paved? Because as soon as we pave a gravel road, all of a sudden we get more houses there, and more houses mean more tax deficit.
On your road, we stopped right at Lipperline Drive.
I'm sorry?
On your road, we stopped at Lipperline Drive because
Yes, and it's great.
that's what you wanted.
Yes.
And we were okay with that, even though it sucks plowing your hill, okay? So we stopped at Lipperline Drive, we paved that road. You gotta remember too, we're dealing with a lot of kids on school buses. And the worse the roads are, the more money we spend on salt. The more money we spend on salt, the more water you're drinking with salt in it. So, when I started this job, we were putting tons and tons and tons of not only phone calls in of people's ball joints all over the side of the road, but potholes being patched, cold patched, things like that, and it was a constant battle. Now, a good 75% of our roads are smooth. We're in really good shape, but we've been neglecting the side roads. Now it's time to move on to the side roads because those side roads have 15 to 50 houses in them, and those are the ones that we're now peppering with salt and sand and contaminating not only the drainage ditches, but the water system and the aquifers, because that's the only way we can get those roads clean, is to splash it out. So when you splash it out, you turn the snow into mush, and you do that with salt and sand. So right now, we're moving on. All of our arteries and main roads are in decent shape. Dole's Ridge Road, it's unfortunate because only a few Limington residents live on that road. Most of them are coming from Lake Arrowhead doing mock Jesus, and it makes it terrible to work on. But the road is definitely overtasked with traffic, that we can't keep shoulders on that road because of the amount of heavy traffic. And then we're getting problems with not only plows getting caught and ripped off the trucks 4 times this year because the shoulders keep falling out. So we've got to maintain that road because one year we spent our entire $435,000 budget paving that road. Right now is the time to save it for a couple $100,000, and then we can focus on these small side roads. Then we've got to go back to something like Hanscom School Road or, you know, where it's starting to heave up again. So right now, last year, we were able to get a 3.25 mile road done besides Shaving Hill. We got all of Hardscrabble Road done, which was in terrible condition and is an extremely busy road because not only does that connect to Bonnie Eagle, but it is also a major bus route. 6 different school buses go down that road and drop kids off, okay? Not only that, being over 3 miles long, that takes a lot of material to clean that road off. So, that road is brand new. Bootby Road is brand new. Pine Hill Road is brand new, even though it's heaving up pretty good with the weather we're having. Shaving Hill Road, that's good. Staples Road. So we're making huge strides. Pavement is not cheap. Years ago, when I started this, pavement was $48 a ton. Now it's $102 a ton. And the shorter the road, the more of the tonnage. That's why a lot of times, if we're doing a long road and we can afford to skip down that side road, it's a benefit to us because they're already set up. Because the traffic control and all of this and the equipment setup is a big part of it. They've always taught me anything less than 3,000 feet costs you more per ton to pave. So right now, we're gonna try to do the best we can, not only reducing the materials cost by taking that out of pavement and taking care of our paved roads, but also taking care of some of these roads where we're wasting salt and sand and also damaging vehicles and plows. So It's unfortunate pavement's getting expensive. Last year, we saved a little bit, and we were able to give a little bit back. But I'd really be careful, we're taking too much pavement away, because we've got a lot of side roads that are in deep trouble.
Okay, well, I guess then I'd just like to request that you do come up with a 5-year plan.
We
And
have.
publish
Every year they're
publish it in
priorities.
either the shopping guide, not the shopping guide, the town report, or just on the website,
Yeah.
so that people know, well, what do we look forward to roads, you know?
Well,
And
last year, there
like, for
should have been a
example,
report put out by the select board.
you know, one of the problems with the Tucker Road was on that hill a few years back, I don't remember exactly how many, but they widened it. And now you have twice as much water coming down because you have twice as much surface, and now it washes out. Before, it wasn't a problem. Of course, I know it was a 1-lane road before, now it's a 2-lane road, but it washes out. So I feel your pain on the road, but,
You've got to remember too,
and it is extremely steep slope, and if it's paved, one of the problems would be, now you have this slippery.
it's miserable. That road's
So
miserable.
there's no good solution, and I
it
appreciate
is
it, but a
unfortunate.
plan would be
Okay,
really nice.
all right, I think we understand what's going on here.
But we'll keep it gravel.
So we're still, I've forgotten
Right,
where we
so
are, yeah,
he
straight.
fixed his number.
I just wanted to kind of clarify on that. So you don't have any plans of paving roads that are currently gravel, correct?
No,
And,
not at all.
and you do have a 5-year plan for
Yep.
pavement in the future?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
I knew you did.
Well, no, I don't know.
Just wanted to clarify. 'cause
I just
think
don't
that's
know
what-
why the report didn't go out last year, what the priority roads were, because every year, a report goes out of what the priority roads were. They were all long roads, now we're out of that picture. And we're gonna end up getting back into that next year, because remember, after 4 or 5 years, now we've gotta go back and either figure something out, or we gotta reconstruct all over again. So,
Okay, we're ready to do the final vote on, yes, one line, and if this is new information, please.
yes.
Thank you. Please explain on page, on the detail,
Yep.
the account that ends in 200. That's
What
the-
page are you on, Bonnie?
23. Thank you. The paving contract, the 200 account, that's $50,000. There's no accounting under actual for how much we paid out last year.
Okay, so.
What is it?
So, I explained this a little bit earlier in this long speech. The paving contract was always 50,000, it was always separate. If we were to hire a contractor, or back in the day, when you hired Shaw Brothers or Pike or whatever, there was a paving cost, for contracts. That's gone now, it's all included into one. So, we're able to eliminate the paving contract and include it all in one shot of the 525,000. So it used to be 550, but now the paving contract, if we were to hire a small contractor, will all come out of that same line. So that's what the contract used to be. You used to have to pay a separate fee for it.
I kind of remember you saying that, but once I looked at the figures, I didn't get it.
Yep.
So should we be putting, when you just said 525, that's 475
Including
plus 50, so should we really be putting that 50,000 was paid in the actual column?
Well, no, it's always been separate. And remember, if we have small contractors come in, because a lot of these big companies won't do small roads, okay? Then you have to hire a contractor to come in and do a smaller outfit. So it's one of those things that you've got to kind of keep a buffer for.
That can perhaps be an adjustment in next year's budget, was that what you're
Where
saying?
was
that
it
they-
paid? Was it,
Where was?
it was included?
It was all included last year. We didn't spend it all, so it went back in the general fund.
It went back, some part of it went back, maybe the Financial Advisory Committee knows.
If you look at the next line down, under asphalt, it's actually 10,000 and change over. So I
Right.
think it just all got rolled into, it was all one
One
price.
Yep.
Because when they put it out to bid, it comes in as a bid. It's not separated by the contract versus the materials or
I
whatever.
just can't quite, so did
Basically,
40,000 go back somewhere?
yes.
Don't just explain unless you're on the mic, thanks.
So if you look at the paving contract, the total of the warrant is 525, the actual spent was 485. and our request for 2025 is for 500. So there is a decrease, but they're keeping for accounting purposes, just keeping them separate.
But yes, the long story short is 40,000 went back somewhere. It's just for some reason not
Okay,
showing on that
all right.
book.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we are now down to the final vote on Article 6. To see if the town will raise and appropriate $1,302,982 for roads and highways. All in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Article passes. We're on to Article 7. To see if the town will raise and appropriate $561,350 for sanitation as described in the 06 account.
Motion to accept.
Is there a motion? Jake made the motion, Claudette seconded it. Any discussion on Article 7? Yes, Dick.
Sorry to be a pest here, Dick Jarrett, Tucker Road.
Please
If
keep
we
the conversation in the
recycle
back
more-
down.
If we recycle more, we can save some money.
Conversation in the back outside.
If we recycle more, we can save some money. Unfortunately, it costs us $20 to just get into the transfer station so that we can recycle. I don't mind paying that $20 because I'm going to buy a sticker, but I know there's some people that say, I'm not going to pay $20, I'll just throw it in the regular trash, and that costs us money. So I've made a proposal before, and I'll do it again, and that is, at the town hall, if someone wants a sticker and they don't want to pay for it, cut off the corner and say, here's your sticker, but it's only good for recycling. And that way, anybody in town, you have to be in town still, can go to the recycle center for free, and I could take a second car if I needed to, because I'm not going to buy two $20 passes. And I would, well, I'm going to recycle the same no matter what, but I know other people might not, and I'd really like to encourage recycling. So that's my suggestion. It would only cost you a few more stickers, but, you know, and some scissors work. Just cut off the corner, and the people who are great at the town transfer station, by the way, could see you don't have the ability to dump shingles and steel and whatever, but you could still recycle. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good idea. Any other comment on Article 7? Yes, Chris.
Chris Swan, 145 Doles Ridge. I have a big question because I'm on page 24, and under the curbside, the contract solid waste disposal, last year we put 300,000 into it. We paid 25,000 out of it, and we're asking for 300,000 again this year. What am I missing? That's $275,000 last year that we didn't spend. Why are we going to fund that? And that's fine. Again, I'm kind of looking at the numbers that they've got in here, and so this is a big problem with this book, not having the right numbers in it. We also have recycling tonnage fees that we put $4,600 in for, and supposedly spent $439, and we're asking for the same amount. And then the other thing is, and I'm sure it's a big error, hauling roll-offs. We put 25,000 in, since we spent zero. And we're asking for 25,000 again this
That's
year.
correct, we spent zero.
Well, no, his bill came in January.
Yeah, so all year, the bill just came in.
He's very late in
But that's gonna
invoicing.
fall in this year's budget.
They're gonna post
So-
it back. No, we're gonna accrue that
Okay,
backwards.
so that 25,000 technically has been spent last year,
Yes,
Yes, at the
in
time,
last
it
year's
wasn't
budget.
in.
Yes, it
Bill
was.
wasn't.
Okay, thank you, I'm fine with that. Like I said, I'm just, with these numbers being so far off, and I get we don't vote on the line items, but when you look at a $300,000 difference in the line items, that's a lot of tax.
well,
money.
that's an error right there, because we paid 300,000.
Okay, and.
We paid
and
25,000 a
again-
month.
Okay, and again, that's why I'm asking the question. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions on Article 7? Bonnie?
Per year.
Bonnie Laughlin, I want to ask once again for the 5th year in a row, please satisfy what we voted on 5 years ago to cover the roll-offs that contain the mattresses and the sofas, because every time rain or snow comes on them, it gets a huge amount of weight. That weight gets added in, and we pay for it. And I just feel if it's such an easy way for you all to satisfy our interest in saving money, to find a way to get those covered. I know we've tried, but we could try harder. And I want to thank Tammy and also Mike Barden, and I believe Jason would have done it too had he been in the office that day last summer. One day they pursued working out a kind of a example of how much weight would be in one of those roll-offs wet and how much weight would be in there dry, and it was a big difference. And we got that far at least. We voted on this in a town meeting in 2000. And all those 5 years, it has been raining, and it has been snowing, and it has been adding weight, which we've been paying for. Is there any answer that we could save money, that you could help us save money?
I believe.
Capital improvements article in here for covering that.
All right, let's get Tammy's
Yeah,
response to the
Bonnie,
question.
we discussed that. I think that they've tried at least a couple of times to try to do something different, and those haven't worked well, so there's probably a better solution out there to try
compactor
again.
just got covered.
All right,
Because those roll-offs are moved, so the cover that you put out there has to get out of the way for when they come and pull those out. So, yeah, there's probably a better way to do that we haven't discovered yet. We probably haven't gone in depth enough, so I'll apologize for that right now. And
all right, we're ready to vote on Article 7, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $561,350 for sanitation. All in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed? Article passes. Article 8, leisure services, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $488,901 for leisure services as stipulated. Is there a motion? Jake moved. Is there a second? Yes. Any questions on leisure? Yes, Chris.
There's a line item in here for phones, internet, and cameras. Now, if we're paying $40,000 for cameras that were put up there, why are we paying within a second article for cameras at the library?
What page are you on, Chris?
That's on 25, it's 07-1302-390 phones and internet/cameras.
It's zero.
There's
The
also
dollar volume, there's no money.
$550.
Yeah.
No,
That's
I'm
just our
looking right
regular-
here, it says
That's
last
just
year
our
it was
regular-
$2250, we spent $776, they're asking for $4,000, which is a 78% increase. There's no zeros in
you're up
there.
in the old town hall. You're at the old town hall.
You're not in the
Oh,
library.
you're under the old town hall, yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
that's
in the
under-
library section?
No, I'm in leisure services, 23.
Well, look
The
at
leisure
library.
services includes,
Old town hall.
I apologize, so it's not the library, okay, it's the town hall that we're told we have 2 cameras on. So why are we paying for it out of this $40,000 a year contract to then put more money in there under the
Phones and
account?
internet.
It's probably just phones and internet.
Yeah, the word camera.
So we
should
think we're gonna
appear
go
up
from
there.
$776 to $4,000 in a
They
year
didn't
on
have
internet?
internet
So-
before,
Combined
or
internet.
phones.
all right, we're all speaking at once, we need one person to answer. Who has the answer?
I'm
Yes,
thinking this is
thank you,
probably
Madison.
a mistake, because everything else got rolled into one, and I think that one was just left in there.
Okay,
The
I-
increase was for I do need internet at the Old Town Hall, but the big increase was for the cameras themselves.
Right.
And it was,
I guess-
should have been rolled into the full
Municipal,
package.
everything. We put everything
And
under one
again,
line.
I get things can be shifted around, I'm looking at
Yep.
something that's 2250, which is doubling, and it was spent $776 on.
But the library has it too.
Everybody seems to have it,
What's that?
and I guess my question is,
Wait
if
a
we're
minute.
paying for internet with this camera system, why are we paying?
That was taken out.
Somebody should be finding out why we're paying internet
taken out,
twice.
Yeah.
Because you had to have, if it's contracted for the cameras, you're already contracted for internet, we shouldn't be paying for a
We
separate
determined to
internet.
put everything, Chris, under one line, and so that probably did not get minused out.
So,
The-
just to add to the money that was spent, the first half of the year, I didn't have internet over there. I had a hotspot. So some of that what was spent out of last year is from using the hotspot and
Gotcha.
the fee for that.
Okay, thank you.
So did I just hear you say, Tammy, that there was a mistake in that, cameras and maintenance?
It appears to be so.
Yes, and should that require an amendment?
Because the library has it as well.
Right.
$500.
So there's $4,000 under phones and internet, under leisure services.
They need that for telephone.
They still got three.
All right, let's keep it so that everybody's on the same page here.
There's-
Tammy is trying to figure something
There's
out.
4,000 under leisure, under Old Town Hall,
Yep.
and there's 2,250 under Davis Memorial Library.
Wait.
Do you
That's
pay?
computers.
That's computers.
Yeah, there's
Wait a
computer
minute.
support. It's 550.
Oh, 550, I'm sorry, I circled the wrong one. But
The
we do
library-
pay for telephone up
but
there, don't you, Beverly?
The $550 for telephone at the library is just the regular telephone.
Correct.
I don't know that $13.96 actual for the library. The library was charged for cameras and things they were not supposed to be charged for last year.
At the beginning of the year,
Right.
before we took it out.
Right.
Yes.
It was a mistake. But the $550 is what the library needs for their
Yes.
phone.
Yep.
Okay.
The
And-
library.
So everything,
get-
the library's fine,
The
just as it is.
library gets free
Free,
internet,
yeah.
by the way, and I don't know why we're paying again for internet for the cameras.
According to the,
all-inclusive, their internet with the camera system.
according to Spectrum, they required a second modem for those cameras. I don't know why.
Yeah, I wonder why when we already had.
Static IP.
Probably,
All right.
yeah.
Of my
All right,
favorite.
all right, all right.
So
all right.
$4,000 to your question.
Okay, so the bottom line on Article 8 could be reduced by $4,000, is that what
Correct.
you're saying? Is there a motion to do
I'll
that?
make a motion to
Claudette made a motion to reduce the Article 8 by $4,000. Is there a second to that motion? Yes, Owen seconded it. Is there discussion
This is the
on the
amendment.
reduction? Seeing none, we're voting on the amendment to Article 8, which will now read, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $484,901. Is there a second? Jake
Can
seconded.
we have Madison speak?
We
Yes, Madison.
discuss his budget?
Yeah,
Well, do you want to
two,
finish the amendment?
Yeah.
oh,
Just-
well,
This was the motion.
this was the motion
You can
that's
add
on the
another
floor. Now we
Probably
can.
should have
Yeah,
explained
well,
the
we
budget
can go
first.
back, no,
This
no,
is
we'll-
just-
we're,
this is just
we're
for the
going
amendment.
back, he can still explain it. We're just voting on the amendment
Did
to
we approve
reduce
the
it.
amendment?
Pardon?
Did we
We
approve
haven't
the
voted
amendment?
on the amendment.
No, that's what I'm saying, we're
This is
gonna,
just the amendment.
yeah, this is just the amendment.
Okay.
And once we've voted on the amendment, we'll go back to the full article, and Madison will explain it. So there's a motion on the floor to reduce Article 8. For the bottom line, who's of a phone, please turn it off. To reduce Article 8 to be $484,901. All those in favor of the reduction, raise your hand, please. Those opposed, the motion passes. Now we're back to the main article, where Madison can explain his budget before we get into discussion.
All right, so I just wanted to go over the biggest increases with the Parks and Recreation operations, Old Town Hall, and Moimadeo first. Looking at page 25 at the Parks and Recreation operations, the overall increase is $60,845. Of that total, $50,565 is for wages and the benefits, insurance, FICA, FMLA, to add another full-time position for the department. That's expanding upon a position I already have. My child care coordinator position would become a full-time position with benefits. On top of that, I've added a fuel and maintenance line. One of my capital improvement items that we'll be voting on later is a work truck for the department. At the end of the year, this past December, we had the opportunity to buy a school bus from the school district for $1. We bought that bus. I'm hoping it's going to be here next week. 4 of us are currently taking the CDLB class paid for by the school district, which is a huge savings. I think six to seven, almost $7,000 class that's covered. We just had to pay for the permits and endorsements. So originally, you know, that fuel and maintenance budget was dependent on the capital improvement item, but we do have a bus, so I think it's even more important to have that fuel and maintenance line now to take care of that bus. We do have to do some work to the school bus itself once we get it. We have to remove the 8-way lights, take off the stop sign. We have to paint 50% of the bus so it's not yellow. So there's work to do for that bus so we can use it. But overall, that will help tremendously. I mean, last year we lease a bus from the school district. We pay for the fuel. We pay a mileage cost that was 85 cents a mile. And then we hire one of the school district bus drivers and pay them through our payroll. The mileage cost is going up to $1.10 this coming year or now. And the fuel costs went up as well. So that's going to make a tremendous difference with our field trips. I would still hire a bus driver for the summer, just so me and my assistant camp director aren't just taking care of the bus and all the children running the program. I think it's too much on somebody's plate. But our vacation camps, early release trips, anything like that, things right in town, we don't have to pay an additional person just to be there to drive the bus. I moved some money around. This past year, we did get a new website that does a bunch of other additional things. We have online registration. We can get a lot more information online about our different programs. So last year, we did pay for that out of program materials and supplies, but that's its own new line item now, a software contract from MyRec, which is $3,700 a year. I mean, that helps with attendance, rosters, online registration. Eventually, we'll be able to do the Old Town Hall rentals, pavilion rentals, picnic area rentals from Mormadeo, all online. So that's already helping tremendously. Also in Old Town Hall, I know we just covered the phones and internet. As you can see, there was $6,000 last year for oil and propane. That was supposed to be all in propane. The three furnaces we have at the Old Town Hall are all propane. The AC condenser is also running off that system. I kept the $6,000 in there. We did get a grant this year through FEMA for $12,000 to put a generator at the Old Town Hall. So I didn't change that this year, but I think that will eventually go down. I don't think we're going to need $6,000 just for propane at the Old Town Hall. I'll cover any other questions for those three.
Are there any questions on, yes, your name and street address?
Addie Trefero, 105 Moody Road. I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you've done. Just as a single mom, 4 kids, between the child care, the camps, the improvements with Moyo Madeo, for child care in the summer so that I can still work full time, the sports programs that you've improved and increased. The payment system, as you just mentioned, is huge. Being able to do that invoicing from my cell phone and not have to come down to the town hall and pay. On top of that, the community engagement, whether it's young kids, but also for the elderly and the aged population, looking at community outreach for unmet need for food security. I just wanted to say thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Yes, Bonnie, and then I'll recognize Jake.
Me too, Madison. Thank you for everything you're doing in your department. Bonnie Laughlin, please tell us what, I'm looking at the revenue, the treasurer's report on page 33.
Yep.
On the right-hand column, there's an account name called LPR Rec Department. I don't see that same account. in the year before. Could you tell us what that is?
So that is before, like, it's several programs. Before and after care, soccer, basketball, t-ball, pickleball, track, Explorer Club, flag football, pretty much any other program that's bringing in revenue besides Moymondale Beach and our summer camp program, that is that revenue.
Great, and it looks like it's $82,000 this past year. Could we have that spelled out next time instead of the initials? I just didn't know what it was, LPR. Should I have known?
Limington Parks and Rec.
Oh, just LPR, okay.
Yeah.
And also take a look at, the other revenue you did bring in was, of course, more than the year before. Thank you.
Jake, you had,
I just wanted to second Addie's thank you to the Parks and Rec Department, but I also wanted to point out and thank Addie Trefero for organizing the community meals and things that we've been doing up at the town hall. I think that is an amazing service, and I don't believe she's asked anything from the town other than...
any more questions on Article 8? Seeing none, we are prepared to vote to see if the town will raise and appropriate $484,901 for leisure services. All in favor, please. Those opposed? Article passes. Down to Article 9, to see what's... oh, yes, Jay?
I'd like to make a motion that we take an article out of order. Then we address Article 19 next.
And the reason?
Because I think the offsets will play a key role in some of these other articles.
All right, there is a motion to take Article 19 out of order. All those in favor of doing same, raise your hands, please. All those opposed? Okay, so we're now on Article
Did we have a second
19.
to that?
Yep,
I never heard a second.
was there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just need it for the record.
Thank you very much. So now we're on to Article 19 on page 14. Offset, to see what sum of money the town will authorize the municipal offices to transfer to offset the 2025 tax commitment. Select Board recommends $350,000 from revenue sharing, $650,000 from unassigned funds, $800,000 from excise tax, $20,000 from tree growth reimbursements, $150,000 from EMS billing, and $11,400 from Leander Moody Trust Fund. Select, make a comment?
Motion.
Oh, Jay, I thought we just did have a motion. Yeah, we moved to take it out of line,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, now there's a motion to, see, it's getting late in the day, I'm sorry.
Who
So
seconded
now,
that?
is there a motion?
Wait, hold on.
Renee?
There's not a complete motion yet. So this article is written to see what sum. So my motion is to increase these offsets from revenue sharing $400,000, from unassigned funds $750,000.
You're gonna go slower than that.
Sorry, from revenue sharing $400,000, from unassigned funds $750,000, from excise tax $850,000, from tree growth reimbursement $40,000, from EMS billing, we're going to leave that alone at $150,000. And from the Leander Moody Trust Fund, $11,400.
Is there a second?
Which is a total offset of $2,201,400, if I've done my math right.
Is there a second to that motion? Yes, Chris seconded it. All right, the discussion, Jay.
So, one of the things that we have struggled with all year with this budget and looking at incomes coming from both code enforcement and from Parks and Rec is that there's all this money that's coming in, and I think we were talking about it a little bit earlier about using that money And also the surplus at the end of the year going back into that unassigned funds. So if we can take more out of those funds of money that we already have, either we've raised from taxes or we've raised from revenue, and offset the tax burden out to the people this year, the better off that we're going to be without completely draining that account. So if my math is correct, the revenue sharing, if you look in the revenue report, was it the treasurer's report in the back? We received $452,000 in revenue sharing last year, so I'm only still not taking all of that. I'm just assuming we'll get 400. From undesignated funds, we increased that for the first time in years to 650 during our meetings, but looking at the amount that's in that fund, I think we have more than enough to take another $100,000 out of it. That is our rainy day fund that it's been referred to through the years. And if you take out what we would need to run the town and pay all of our obligations at the end of the year with my 750 proposal, there's still 400 and something $1,000 in that account, and that's only if we need the rainy day fund. So worst case scenario. The excise tax, we brought in $929,000. I'm only requesting we go up another $50,000 to the $850. Tree growth reimbursement was $60,000 last year. I'm only requesting that we go up to $40,000. So I'm still leaving plenty of room for what if the money doesn't all come in my opinion. And when I did my calculations for the rainy day fund, I assumed a 3%, if I can find the right place where I wrote it down, I assumed a 3% increase in the county budget, and I assumed a 7% increase in the school budget, which I think 5 has been thrown around as well. So if we've got more in there than we need, that's fine. But I still think we can take these extra monies out of there. And from the unassigned fund balance, one of the biggest reasons for taking some of that out is capital improvement. That's why I wanted to take this article before the capital improvement articles, because if we take extra money out of undesignated, unassigned funds, and more money from all these other places, that's an additional $220,000 just in these offsets from what was proposed. So if we split that and put half of that extra $220,000 into our capital fund, which has a better interest rate, when I talked to Patty about that, it has a better interest rate than any of the other accounts that we have in town. So it's a better place to keep surplus money, and it's also a good place to have more money than we need because we're going to need it. We've got ambulances and fire trucks, and these are $1 million things that are coming down the line. And if you look on page 16 and 17, there is a copy of a capital improvement fund and future requests. There's a 5-year plan on there. The one that's printed here shows a deficit of $35,000 in 5 years. So the more money that we can put in that capital fund and not have to borrow money, but by using money that we already have and not increasing taxes to fund it, that is why I'm increasing these offsets, or why I'm proposing increasing these offsets. So take half of that additional money, put it into capital, and use the remaining $100,000 to help offset taxes. When we sat down as a board a few months ago, with the offsets, including those offsets, the net was like $25,000 less than what we needed last year. So what we taxed the taxpayers for last year, this year was going to be $25,000 less. But now we're talking, that doesn't consider any of the potential increases in county or school. So the more money we have to make that $25,000 difference, the less an increase from the school is going to make a difference. I'm not saying your taxes aren't going to increase this year, but it isn't going to be because of the town.
Okay. Any questions?
There's a lot to unpack there.
Yes.
Heather Bickford, Staples Road. So I just want to make sure I'm reading this crystal clear. You're saying that we have 1,655,415 in the bank according to Article 19, but really there's more in the bank, and you want to take that extra money
What
and
was the number
reapply it.
that you? Oh, you're reading so last year's offset was the 1,000,006. That's what we took for offsets last year. The
When you
proposed
say
this year
offsets,
is
you mean that's money in the bank?
not all of it. The only money in the bank is unassigned funds. That is our surplus account, essentially.
Okay.
It's not assigned to anything.
Okay.
The other offsets, the revenue sharing, and Patty can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but the revenue sharing, the excise tax, the tree growth, the EMS, well, sort of the EMS billing, and the Leander Moody Trust, I'm not 100%, but these are expected incomes. So we are
Okay.
giving the selectmen and the town government permission to spend that money as it comes in, so that it's less money they have to raise in taxes. Because once you do the tax commitment, it's set.
Yep.
But if we can use money that's coming in through the year,
Okay. So the 650 is what we have, and the other ones are coming in.
right, but what's in that undesignated fund balance is over $4 million. That is, what is the page is it?
Page 33, 4457.
Okay, thank you.
That's money in the bank.
That's money in the bank, but to reserve out the rainy day fund, or the 4 months of operations that, we've always been told that we need this rainy day fund to help run the town, so we don't have to, what do they call it, a tax, what was it? Anticipated. So tax bills don't go out until August? So, but we have to run the town until then, so we need to keep a certain amount of money in the bank, otherwise we have to go get a loan to run the town until people pay their taxes. So you want to keep a chunk of money in there, and according to my calculations, 4 months of that money is $3,300,000, $3.3 million. So subtract that out of what's in that account, because we need to reserve that, and then subtract out my proposed 750 is still going to leave completely undesignated, worst case scenario, of 411 in that account, which we can look at taking next year, because taxes are going to go up again next year. But if we can keep using the money that these people generate to help offset our taxes, because for the longest times, that unassigned fund balance, it's always been $500,000 every year. But if these guys are making more money, and I can't speak so much for Code, I'm sure he's made more money, but definitely Parks and Rec was in the hole 5 years ago. We were paying for that, and now, I think it was, what, $190,000 you brought in last year?
192,000.
Let's use some of that money and save us some taxes. So that's where I'm at.
Bonnie?
Thank you, Bonnie Laughlin. I like where you're going, Jake, very much. If I followed you, it's going to be a total of about $550,000 more. 1,000,006 as opposed to 2,000,002. Of that 550, or call
No,
it.
the 1,000,006 was last year's.
I know. No, 1,000,006, I'm sorry. So it's a total of 300,000-ish more.
220 is what I
Okay,
came up with.
220. You're right. I didn't follow my numbers. But of that 220, did you say half of it you wanted to be put in capital account where it would earn more interest?
Absolutely.
And half of it where?
Use it to directly offset the taxes.
And thank you for that clarification. And also, please, you said that Bev or Patty had assured you that the capital account earned more interest?
Yes, the
I want
highest interest earning account that the town has, I believe, is the capital fund. So the more money we put in that, rather than sitting in undesignated, because that's essentially just a check. I don't know what the difference in the, I didn't get into, I asked her really quickly as I was walking by the window one day, but that was the best interest.
No, that
rate.
earns interest, it's just
Right.
capital improvement.
Well, I think we'd all like to know that. On page 20,
That's-
page 33, the money that comes into the town, in the left-hand column, toward the bottom, interest on taxes has 18,000 something there, Patty, and interest on checking has 11,000.
Yeah.
So we can't help but ask, down in the accounts right underneath that, the reserve account balances, where the capital improvement reserve account has lived with 1,130,000 last year. Is that account in an interest earning
Yes.
instrument somewhere?
On page 32, left-hand column, it
Hang
says
on.
capital improvement, and it will should tell you that.
I'm trying.
Right-hand column?
Right-hand column, I'm sorry.
Right-hand
Top of the
column.
right-hand column on page
Yeah.
32.
Okay, interest earned, 42,000 on the capital improvement.
Well, it's, yes, yeah, capital improvement.
In 2023 or 2020?
2024.
24.
Balance was 2023 up there, and then what we earned during the year. Okay. And that is better than the other account that we were just looking at on
Yes.
page 33, the interest earned on the taxes? It's in a better account than that one?
I will need Jake to re-explain that, though, because I missed that. You're putting offsets in capital improvement? I guess I don't understand that.
Not yet, we haven't got to that article yet. So the reason I wanted to take this before Article 9 is because Article 9 says to see what sum to put into capital improvement. So when we get to that one, I'm gonna suggest we put 610 in there, which is half of the increase I just made in offsets. But I needed, in order for it to make sense and explain it, people, if I had just said, let's put 610 in there, everybody would go, where are you getting that? You know? But if we're gonna do that, put an extra $110,000 in that account, and it won't cost taxpayers any money, it's just moving money from undesignated to capital.
And I'm interested, do we earn more money on our capital reserve account in interest?
Yeah.
How much do we earn?
It's based on the total that you put in there.
I don't know what the percent is. I mean, it made 42,000, our regular only made 11, so there's,
I mean, obviously, there's a different number, there's a different dollar amount in those accounts, but
That's why the percent matters, yeah. Yep.
It'd be great if we were earning, you know, I guess what I'm saying is, once we okay these expenditures today, if we do, are we going to be left with a bottom line that will live in the capital improvement account earning interest for the year? And is that in a good place? Like, there is 4%-ish available now, and I'm curious if we can get that. More than 1%.
We're not gonna resolve that today.
Well, it's a pitch. It's a pitch coming from people who would like to do what Jake's saying and save some money.
Sure.
Is it worth looking at?
Sure.
Are we earning 3 or 4% on it? If it's a chunk that's going to live there for the next
well,
year?
if you let me go get the paper.
Well,
I think it's fair to say that Patty has the best interests of the town at heart in where she's putting the town money.
Right, and we,
I didn't mean for her to go to trouble. I was thinking that since Jake had said, she said we earn more, that she could just say, that number was floating around, whatever it was. It's,
I mean, it is a good point, if there's a higher
Put
interest
your-
bearing. Yeah, it's a good point if there's a higher interest bearing account.
It's passive money, once
To look
again.
at that,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay,
That's probably
but-
that's not part of the vote today, but it's a really good piece of feedback.
well, okay, but Jake, you said it was higher, so I couldn't help but wonder.
yeah, I mean, I didn't know what percent it was higher, but when
Well,
I
that
asked
doesn't
her, she
affect
said
what
that
we're
was the
going to
highest.
do with this motion. All right, are there other questions on the bottom line of the SDIP?
Hi, Dick Jarrett, Tucker Road. Just a question, it's great to move the money. Are you moving enough so that we don't have to go over the LD1 cap? Which is the next question, number 20.
If it didn't in the first place.
It's not going to, no, no, it's not going to. But
I
we,
didn't hear the answer?
no, it will not, Dick, go over the
Okay,
LD.
great. Thank you.
But the select board talked with the treasurer before this to see what was safe to pull out of offsets. And it was already higher than last year. So I'm just gonna leave it there. That's what we talked about, that's what we thought was fair, and that's what we decided on and put in the book. So,
Any more questions on the motion? Here's Patty. I don't know that it's germane to this bottom line, but it is answering a question in a minute.
The interest rate on that is 4.2156%.
One, which one?
Capital improvement.
And what is it on the undesignated?
Don't make her go back.
Oh, never mind. I thought you had it both. Never mind. I'm letting it go. I thought you had it both. Never
All
mind.
right, is there another
told me one of
pertinent
them.
quick question? We need to move along here,
So
folks.
I'm just asking for clarification. I think by taking this article out of order, it's confusing. This money is to offset the tax commitment. Yes, we're putting more money into the capital fund, but really it's not coming out of this. This is to offset the tax amount.
Right.
So yes, we're still putting that money in. It will come out of this, but we could have done this at the end and stopped a lot of this confusion, because the way this is wording, it's offsetting the tax commitment. You keep saying put into the capital improvement. That's not what this article reads. So I think by taking it out of order, it's throwing a lot of confusion.
Yes.
But essentially, we can put more into capital improvement, and then it will be offset by this. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Just clarifying, because it seemed like, because it was out of order, it's now causing confusion. So,
All right,
thank you.
the motion on the floor is to amend Article 19 to have a bottom line number of $2,201,400. All in favor of Jake's amendment, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Article passes. We're back to the original Article 19. To see what sum of money the town will authorize the municipal offices to transfer to offset the 2025 tax commitment. Revenue sharing, $400,000. We're back to the original
Wait a
article. We
minute.
voted on your
Yeah, but wait a
amendment.
minute. The article asks for a motion. I don't think I made an amendment.
Yes, you did. And it was seconded, yes, and we just voted on it.
Yes, you did.
So the full article now,
Okay.
the
I'm not sure
bottom
it
line
matters, but go
is,
ahead.
yeah,
You did, you made both.
yeah. So the bottom line now is $2,201,400. All those in favor? Those opposed? All right, article passes. Now we are back to Article, now we're back to Article 9. To see what sum of money the town will appropriate to deposit in the capital improvement reserve account, the request is $500,000. Is there a motion? Jake motions. Is there a second? Claudette seconded?
My motion is for 610.
Well, no,
no, you gotta amend that.
No. We're on Article
Right, but
9 now.
I know. Article 9 asks for a motion with a number.
Right, and it says requested amount $500,000.
Right. That's a request.
Right.
It's not part of the article. It's just a suggestion.
Then
The
what?
article says when you make a motion, you put a number in there.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to say from the last one.
Oh,
but that-
okay, I'm sorry.
Either way,
Yeah, all right.
it got approved.
So,
So my motion is that we put 610 in there.
610?
Chris,
So,
you still want to second that?
Claudette? Oh, Chris, I thought Claudette.
Sure.
All right, so the requested amount under Article 9 is now $610,000. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Chris?
I just want to give a little insight to that. Me and Jake don't talk, but in what he's doing, he's looking at the fact that if you add up all the capital improvements that we're voting on today, after this, you're at around $1 million in capital improvements, which is the better part of what we have, and we have to remember that next year, the year after, things are gonna keep coming up, and yes, we're, everything I've seen, we're making progress on our fleets of trucks and everything else out back, which is great, so I just want everyone to understand that that's why he's trying to push that up a little bit, is because if we take $1 million, if we pass everything that's in here, we're around $1,090,090, I think it was approximately, and that's gonna take the better portion of what we have. So if we only put 500,000 back in there, next year when they come to us for a truck or a couple trucks, you're not gonna have money to do it.
Any more comments on Article 9? If not, Article 9 will now read, to see what sum of money the town will appropriate to deposit in capital improvement account, reserve account, and the amount is $610,000. All in favor, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Article passes. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to approve $400,000 for the fire and EMS to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following item: an ambulance to be ordered and delivered by December 31st, 2028. Any funds spent less than the $400,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. Is there a motion? Jake moved, Claudette seconded. Any discussion, any comment?
Want me to start?
Yes. Already seconded.
No, start.
Conversation.
Conversation,
Yes,
okay.
I didn't understand what the word that you
Some
said.
people may be wondering why we're asking for a new ambulance when we just received it. Well, we received it a year and a few months ago, and there's a 3-year estimated build time on ambulances right now. So we're just trying to get ahead in time to be able to receive the ambulance so that our current new ambulance will be about 5 years old. And at the rate that we did the mileage last year, which we're getting busier, but at last year's rate, we'd be at 113,000 when we received that new ambulance. So put the new ambulance at 5 years old at 113,000. If I'm not mistaken, the Ford diesel engines have a 5-year warranty, probably 100,000. So it's trying to keep maintenance costs down, keep a rotation that's reasonable based on call volume and mileage without having an 18-year-old ambulance like we did the last time that we got a new ambulance. I asked the dealer of where we bought our most recent ambulance what today's cost of that ambulance would be if we didn't make any changes, and it would be $380,000. And so the 400 is to try to make sure that we have enough by the time it's time to pay for it. No later than 3 years from now. So part of this proposal is that in the EMS billing revenue account, I think is what it's referred to. Anyway, there's 339. What is it?
339.
339,000 currently in that balance. And so we take 150,000 out of it for offsets annually. And that'll grow by approximately 40,000 per year over the next few years. We would have more than enough money to pay for the ambulance out of that reserve money. But I guess the proper way to do that is to pay for it out of the reserve account, the capital reserve account. And when the time is right to pay for the ambulance, there'll be an article to move the money for that from the EMS billing account into the capital reserve account. So it's essentially a wash. I think it's just a clean way of spending the money.
Okay, any questions on Article 10? If not, Bonnie?
You got people standing up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, I'm sorry.
Norman Lonsby, Staples Road. I just want to add why you don't go for grants for trucks, rescues, or put a little bit aside every year instead of getting hit with the big bills for these. They do cost a lot of money, and I'm not saying you guys don't need it, but try to get money through grants to pay for part of it.
Thank you. Yes, David? Go ahead,
David. I just took a grant writing class just for my EMS provider licensure to recertify guy. EMS grants are not a high priority. It's always going to be fire trucks, brush trucks, anything on the fire side, really. FEMA will do priority 1 through, I think it's 5 now. The top priorities are just for fire. It's very rare that you see an EMS grant. So, and I think we had a discussion the last time an EMS grant was done was the Stephen King Fund for $50,000 that we got for the current A1. So, but they're out there, but they're hard to get, and they're not a high priority as fire is. So,
And grants always comes up, and I agree 100%. The best opportunity to get funding for a truck is the AFG grant, and there's a ton of work that goes into that and a long process. Surprisingly, 2 local towns in 1 year last year got granted money for trucks. I honestly believe that's far and few between. The thing with grants is you can't set your replacements on things based on the awarding of a grant. If you need something, you need it. If you're lucky enough to get a grant, then awesome. But we need to not delay things that we need simply because we don't get a grant for it. And I think that's how it's been historically here. So we find ourselves with a 34-year-old engine and year after year trying to replace it, which we'll talk about in the next article.
Any more comments on Article 10? Yes, Chris?
sorry. Sir, not to say we're not going to try to look for grants, because we're going to. And another reason to have a town manager, because the town manager will be in the office and able to be looking for grants. Whereas the select board's here once a week for 8 hours, and then the fire chief 6 hours. I'm gonna be afraid, but the fire chief's doing things on his end, and then try to run around looking for grants at different types of town. So the town manager, another reason to get one. He'll be in the office looking for grants. There are out there. They're just harder to find and get. So.
Thank you. Chris?
That's what I was gonna ask, is are we at least looking? I mean, I get you can't do everything, neither can the town manager. Everyone said, everything that we're trying to put out there for a town manager right now is this town manager's gonna be God and do everything nobody wants to do. But he's not gonna have that amount of time even at 40 hours, so we gotta be looking at, and I hate to say it, we have department members. How many people you have on your department?
Total roster of 30.
30 people. There's 30 people that could take a little piece of each of these. And again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot even, but we've done it in the past. And yeah, it's not perfect, but if you can get everybody kind of looking and going that route, at least, yeah, we have to vote so that we have the money there, but then it could be offset if we did receive a grant within that three-year window. That money could essentially go back to capital improvements, as it's stated here. Anything that's not used to that would go back to capital improvements.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions on Jake?
The other part of the gentleman's comment was about putting a little bit aside every year. That's exactly what the capital improvement fund is designed for, so that that money is there when you need that new truck or that new ambulance. And in this case, when I did the offset article, you notice I didn't change the medical billing offset. There's money, more money in there, but if we let that sit and grow until this ambulance gets delivered, which is when hopefully the bill comes due, we can take that chunk out of EMS billing all at once and not affect our capital improvement reserve account as much. So I mean, that's what we're trying to do, and that's why I've always been a proponent of you've got to fund that capital account every single year with as much as that we can afford to do to avoid, because otherwise if you didn't have that, it's like, okay, you got an extra $1 million worth of vehicles we're going to pay for this year, your taxes double, but then next year they go back down. So that's the idea of the capital fund, is putting a little aside every year.
And to go along with that, there used to be reserve accounts for every department, and it was essentially the surplus money at the end of every year stayed in that. And that's what they would use to purchase things, which is great, except that money is now committed for that specific department for those items, and it can't move to offset what might be more expensive than what one other department has in their reserve account. So this puts it all in one pot, and people get to vote on where that money gets spent and how they want to fund it. But doing it the old way, it really encouraged people to over budget so that they could pad that reserve account, and that's not really good budgeting.
Yes, if this is new information, yes.
Yeah, it's about the grants. Just to give a little, fire departments don't make a lot of money. I mean, call numbers, what was our numbers last year?
747 total.
And 93% of that was EMS. So that's why there's more fire grants than EMS. You just got to remember that EMS is what brings in the money. Fire is what spends it. Because usually when somebody's house burns down, you don't ask them for a check after that. But when you take somebody to the hospital, that's where you get billed. So just know that's why there's less EMS grants than fire, because your EMS makes you money.
Any more comments on Article 10? If not, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $400,000 for the fire and EMS to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following item: ambulance to be ordered and delivered by December 31st, 2028. Any funds less than the $400,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed? Article passes. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $550,000 for the fire and EMS to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following items: fire engine tanker truck to be ordered and delivered by December 31st, 2027. Any funds spent less than $550,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. Is there a motion? Jake moved, Claudette seconded. Emil.
So this is to replace our engine 1, which is currently housed down at the Coventry station. It holds 2,500 gallons of water, it pumps 1,000 gallons a minute. It's a 4-person truck, except it can only carry 2 because it's an open rear seat cab, and we can't put people in those seats anymore. It's an extremely long truck for what it has, and it makes it very tight fitting in this station. Ideally, it would be better up here because it carries the most water, and this is more centrally located. But it's hard to do that with the length of the truck the way it is. Truck's a 1991, and so 34 years old. Chief Hartford started trying to replace this 2015 or 2016, also applying for grants and not getting them. And so it keeps getting pushed off. And all our other equipment is aging as well. And we have to replace those things, as people should be well aware of. We've bought 2 used fire trucks, well, actually 3 in my time here, saving substantial amount of money. But all that's doing is pushing out the inevitable. You know, we're taking one old truck and replacing it with a truck that's not quite as old, but by NFPA standards is already too old to use. So I've been working with Greenwood Fire Apparatus. They sell E1 brand fire trucks. And up on the wall, and there's a paper here that Owen will send around if you want to look. This is showing a Freightliner chassis. We've opted to go with an International because the frame rails are thicker and galvanized, which will ensure a longer life.
It's a beautiful truck.
Correct, yeah.
Do you want me to van it?
No, Owen's doing that. Should have done him a nice job.
Okay, continue, Emil.
So, as of right now, we're coming in right at the 550 mark, which really amazes me. This is essentially a bare bones truck. We've added a few extras, but it's extras that are important to have. They're not frills by any means. And this is the cheapest way to start getting new trucks. As a tanker, we're not looking for a lot of compartment space. We're not looking for a lot of extra equipment. We're not looking to carry a lot of extra people. When we go for an engine in today's money, we're looking at $1 million. I don't have the next engine on the replacement plan until 2029, so just imagine what that's going to cost. I think that's all I got to say. If we do 100% prepayment, we can get a substantial savings. We have to know what the bottom line is before they can calculate what that savings is. But there's also an 18-month build time from the time we sign the contract. In 2027, there's slated to be a mandated engine upgrade. I can't tell you what that is, other than everybody's saying it adds $75,000 to the cost of the truck. So if we sign the contract soon enough, they can get our chassis early enough to not push us into that extra cost that we don't have the money for, and gets us an 18-month build time.
Any more comments on Article 11? Seeing none, all those, we're ready to vote to see, on Article 11, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $550,000 for the fire and EMS to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following items: fire engine tanker truck to be ordered and delivered by December 31st, 2027. Any funds spent less than the $550,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed? Article passes. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $25,000 for Parks and Rec Department to come out of capital improvement reserve account for the following item: pickup truck. Any funds spent less than $25,000 to be returned to the capital improvement reserve account. Is there a motion? Jake moved, Claudette seconded.
All right, so
Madison.
the Recreation Department's looking to get a work truck for a few different reasons. One, I mean, we're working between the town hall, the old town hall, the school, the ball fields, and Moy-Madeo, and we're moving stuff around all the time. So, I mean, I do own a truck, but for the department, I don't think we're functioning the way we function without having a truck. On top of that, I mean, I haven't done a great job of keeping track of my miles, but just in-town miles week to week, I'm driving quite a bit between the different things we have going on. And lastly, with all the activity at the Old Town Hall, I mean, I've had to, not complaining, I want it to be open. I've had to come in for every snowstorm to shovel off the steps and the deck and keep that open for our programs at night. And luckily, half the fire department has helped me with plowing the parking lot when we need it open, because our public works department is focused on the roads. And obviously, they've been short-staffed, and so just the help with plowing and keeping things going up at the Old Town Hall as well. So hoping to find a 3/4 ton or 1 ton pickup truck for the department.
With a plow.
With a plow.
All right, any discussion on Article 12? John? On 12?
Yes, on Article 12. John Gallipo from Tucker Road. You just mentioned you wanted a 3/4 ton pickup truck with a plow. $25,000 won't buy even the basic chassis if it's a two-wheel drive. So what I want to know is, what is the actual money going to be? And is it going to be used strictly for town purpose, or you can take it home and next thing you know, it's being used for private purpose? And I'd like to know what the actual total money is going to be.
Well, I think he just said, as far as your last comment, he has his own truck, so he will not be taking this one home. But as to the other part of the question?
No, this is staying in town.
This is staying in town?
Yeah.
It's going to be 3/4 ton. Are you getting a plow with it?
We want to find one with a plow. Yeah, we have to find a truck. I don't have a truck picked out. We're
It
looking
will be
for
a used truck.
It's
You're
not going to
looking
be
for
a brand new truck.
You're looking for a used truck?
Yes.
Used truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with our Donnie chance at the state, we can get state surplus from the DOT stuff. When they replace their trucks, we get first refusal on their trucks. So there's numerous times there's crew cab with plows outfitted already on them that we can purchase, and
For a state truck that's probably got 100,000 miles on it.
Absolutely,
that's
but
worn
he's
out.
not looking for a beauty. You know, this is stuff he's gonna, if it gets scratched up, we're not gonna be worried about
Yes.
it. So,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Any other comment on Article 12? Seeing none. To see if the town will vote to approve up to $25,000 for Parks and Rec Department to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following item: a pickup truck, which includes a plow. Any funds spent less than the $25,000 to be returned to Capital Improvement Reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed? Article passes. 13, Article 13, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $15,000 for Parks and Rec Department to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following item: Moy-Madeo improvement. Any funds spent less than $15,000 to be returned to the capital improvement account. Is there a motion? Jake and Claudette seconded. Madison?
So this is going to be a couple different projects down at Moy-Madeo. First and foremost is going to be a bigger water filtration system. We have high amount of iron in the water, and it's causing a bunch of plumbing problems down there. Trying to not ruin that brand-new pavilion and the brand-new bathrooms within it. So I'm looking at $5,000 to $6,000 for a water filtration system for down there. The other piece of this is replacing the deck for the RV host next to the pavilion. And we've had a couple different discussions with Finance Committee about this. I mean, the quote I got was for right over $5,000 for a pressure-treated deck to replace exactly what's there, 16 by 16. We just discussed doing a cement pad or pavement. So I mean, if we can save money doing this, we definitely will. But that's what we're looking at. And then just to add on to that too, I'm hoping it isn't an issue. We had a discussion about the septic system down at the beach. We're having an issue with the leach field. I mean, maybe it's just a matter of unclogging something, but we're gonna have to dig into that this spring as well.
Any discussion on Article 13? Seeing none, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $15,000 for Parks and Rec Department to come out of the Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following item, Womadeo Improvement. Any funds spent less than $15,000 to be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed? Article passes. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $100,000 for Public Works Department to come out of the Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following item, a replacement truck. Any funds spent less than $100,000 to be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Sean's not here. Does anyone?
We did not specify the type of replacement truck for this.
It'll be most likely used and a dual axle, a larger truck. We've got a current wheeler that he just built. There's one in the shop now that ain't finished, that's being built, that's a single wheel. And we got the two 550s, we got the Mack, and then I don't know what's up with 14. But we should be able to buy a pretty nice used unit, lower mileage, from either like Whitney or somebody local to replace. It's going to be a replacement. It'll end up replacing truck 14, which is the orange one that I don't know if it's going to make it this year or not. So.
Any discussion, Chris?
Is this going to be an equal replacement? I don't want to see another 550.
No, you're absolutely right. I'm telling you,
it's not in
going to be
here
a
that
big
way,
truck.
and I'm worried that at least now it's on camera,
Yeah.
that we're gonna end up with another small truck that
No.
doesn't do the roads.
No,
I can't
absolutely
fault
not.
Sean, he did the best he could. I think it was beginning of this year, Dole's Ridge had 2 inches of ice on it because half the trucks were down, and he was trying to do it with the 550, and the 550 just won't do that kind of snow and
Correct.
packed stuff. So I don't, buying 550s, I think, is a waste of the town's money versus getting something that's gonna do the job and do all town roads, not specific. I get we have to have a couple small trucks to do
And that's
smaller-
what we got now, is we've got the two smaller trucks, both fire trucks that have been built into the smaller trucks now, because I don't know how long the Mac's gonna hold on either. So that's getting old and used, so we need
Like I
that.
said, I just wanna get clarification that it's not gonna be
And
an
I'll clarify
undersized
it
truck
for you,
for
it's
what
not
we're
gonna be
doing.
a 550.
Our wish list is a big truck.
Yeah.
Any more discussion? Seeing none, voting on Article 14, to see if the town will vote to approve up to $100,000 for Public Works Department to come out of Capital Improvement Reserve account for the following item, a replacement truck. Any funds spent less than the $100,000 to be returned to the Capital Improvement Reserve account. All in favor? Those opposed? Article passes. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $5,000 for the annual payment to the Limington Academy trustees for the purchase of the Limington Academy gym approved by referendum in 2024. This being the second installment of 9 annual payments. Is there a motion? Yes, in a second, Claudette. Thanks. Is there discussion? This is pretty cut and dried here. Yes. Neil.
I would just request that next year when we have to vote on this, that we just pay it off. I mean, the total bill was what, $40,000 or $45,000?
$45,000.
We have more than enough in our in our undesignated funds to just be done with it. Because one year, somebody could vote down the $5,000 payment and then what? And it was also, we could not spend $45,000.
I would just want
Well,
to
Chris
make
said-
sure that it ain't gonna affect them on taking them, you know, can they take the lump sum at once, or if it's designated this way for a reason, that's all.
So you could also look into, I don't know what the answer would be, but if the voters approve the total amount, could you still make the payment? Yeah. But,
Okay,
but at least
yeah.
it would be committed,
Yeah.
maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Any more, yes.
Isn't there a housekeeping article that says it authorizes them to pay payments? There used to be. Maybe not. Maybe it went away when we got rid of like loader payments and things like that, but
Well, we're under, yes.
anyway.
Chris?
This is a Joyce question. Is there any reason I can't amend that to put the full amount in there this year and just be done with it?
You cannot raise the amount in an article.
Okay, and that's what I wasn't sure of,
Yeah.
was I knew there were some things about the way the articles are written.
Well,
Thank
you know, we've got a lot of great people that came out and have stayed here all day so far. What is the consensus of the people on the floor? Would you like to see? You're interested enough to stay here all, just off the record,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
would you guys like to see it paid off all next year?
Those in favor?
Well, no, correct.
Well,
Yeah,
Right, we'd have to ask the academy if that's correct. But if they're okay with that, is it okay?
Well, all right, so the only thing I'd say is just, the money's in an interest-bearing account. If we pay it off, we do forego that.
It's an interest-free loan.
check it out and see what the interest.
It's an interest-free loan, exactly.
Yes, yes.
Chris?
I would continue to pay the
The
installments.
monthly, the yearly?
The annual installments, exactly.
You could still authorize the total payment and still do the payments and gain the interest.
Yeah, exactly. So that, I agree with that. I think an article to authorize all the payments, then there's no risk.
Okay, I see what you're
But then the town
saying,
does not
yes.
forego
Yep.
the interest on
Yep.
the funds.
All right, Chris?
I was gonna say, can we get that written up for an article next year to do it that way based on, again, and again, I guess we don't even need to know at that point whether or not the trustees can take it that way, because we're saying that we'll
Still
pay.
making
We're gonna pay for it
We're gonna
all.
make those payments, it's just committed now instead of every year, because we could have a year nobody shows up, or two people show up and they vote it down, and we still gotta come up with $5,000.
All right, back to Article 15. Oh, yes, Tim.
I don't know if this one's on. So I kind of agree to pay it off because I'm not sure if we're ever going to use it, and it might give us the option to sell it afterwards. It's I believe it's empty now. I'm not sure what it's being used for.
I don't know the answer to that.
It was so they don't lose was it the septic and the well?
And the parking.
Yeah, the parking lot,
yeah.
the land.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
And it's
look
part-
back and
it's-
see what was
And it's part
what
of
was
the
asked for
historical
when we went to
society.
buy it.
It's part of the society, and I don't see the town selling it, honestly, anytime soon.
So we'll maintain it and leave it
I can
vacant?
say that I've made a promise to
Okay.
people that we're not selling that, and until I'm off the board, I'm not selling it. It's part of the historical society, and it's part of the town.
Historic
So,
district.
the
yes.
district, and, yeah, the district, and I just, right, wrong, or indifferent, and the building is still intact, and we still gotta get in there and look around, but, you
But
know.
we cover the, I mean, we already own it now, right? So we're covering the expenses.
Yeah,
and
it's
insurances
just a
and
minute insurance
maintaining.
policy on it for any issues, but the parking is great for down in that area anyways, and it's part of the town.
It is, yeah, it's a building, but it's really a parking lot. So-
Yeah,
Never well.
There's, you know, the septic system is on
Yeah.
the library's property, I mean, there's problems there.
Yep.
Even if you were to
There's a-
sell it.
Oh, there's,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
Parking lot for Madison's a problem, isn't it? The whole building.
We're
For
back
a
to
few years.
Article 15. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $5,000 for the annual payment to the Limington Academy trustees for the purchase of the Limington Academy gym, approved by referendum in 2024, this being the second installment of 9 annual payments. All in favor? Those opposed? Article passes. Article 16. To To see if the town will vote to accept the following schedule of payment of taxes for 2025. 2 payments on 1 annual bill. First payment is due August 1st, 2025. The second payment is due November 14th, 2025. First payment, if unpaid by August 4th, 2025, will draw interest at 7%. Second payment, if unpaid by November 17th, 2025, will draw interest rate at 7%. Unpaid taxes after December 31st, 2025, to be published in the town report. 2024 interest was 7%. Is there a motion? And a second. Any discussion? It's a pretty standard article.
I'm not sure which one article to bring up. Sorry, Sean Hoskins, Norton Road.
We're on 16. Is this pertinent to
but
16?
it's requires me asking a question on another one. So I don't know if I need to re-ask
Let me
the
see what
order.
your question is.
At what rate does the town borrow money at? Because Article 18 is about us taking out loans.
We don't borrow money.
What?
We don't.
We haven't had to.
But Article 18 is asking
Well,
about temporary
we'll-
loans.
If we have to.
We'll wait
If
till,
we have to,
we'll wait till we get to 18
but this has to do
talk
with the
about
property tax interest that we charge on the, there are a long list of people on the
I
reports
know.
that are always 2 years not paying. And if we are charging 7% interest, it does not make sense for us to ever take a loan out of more than 7% interest. So I just want to make sure, since we are voting on our ability to blanketly take out loans for undetermined amount and at an undetermined interest rate in 2 articles, that we are appropriately accounting for that with what we charge people, because we are not a bank.
I see what you're saying, yeah, so these people, they ain't paying, right, I got you. I see what you're saying, so, in other words, we ain't paying more than what we're charging people. They should be paying the difference. Yeah.
Patty has a comment.
The state treasurer sets the percentage rate.
Okay.
And we can do anything under that, and right now it's 7.5 is what they're saying. So we decided to stay with the 7.
That's the answer.
All those in favor of Article 16 that I'm not going to read a second time, please raise your hand. There's all those opposed. All right, we move on to Article 17. To see if the town will vote to authorize the municipal offices to spend an amount not to exceed 3/12 of the budgeted amount in each department of the 2025 annual budget during the period from January 1st, 2026 until the annual town meeting in March 2026. Is there a motion and a second? Discussion. Pretty standard article. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of Article 17 as read? Those opposed? Article 18, housekeeping items. To see if the town will vote to authorize the municipal offices and treasurer to procure a temporary loan or loans for the purpose of paying obligations to said town and loans to be paid back by taxes collected during the current municipal year. Is there a motion?
Read them all.
Yeah, do you want to read the whole
Read them all.
Oh, I beg your pardon, I didn't go all the way down
I'll
there.
gladly move when.
Yes, all right, no, okay. Hold- yeah.
Copy and paste going.
Yeah.
To see if the town will vote to authorize the municipal offices to accept any private gifts of property or money, donations, grants, state and/or federal funding available, and to authorize their expenditure for the purposes specified. To see if the town will vote to authorize the municipal offices to appoint all necessary officers other than elected positions for the ensuing year. To see if the town, what?
Can we waive the reading?
Can we waive them? No, I think probably we need to read it, but I'll hurry up. We're almost done.
Everybody need it read?
To see if the town will authorize the municipal offices to sell by any means, including sealed bid, with reserve any or all tax liens or deeds held by the town, which in their judgment is in the best interest of the town, and to execute quitclaim deeds for such property. As an aside, I thought when the previous one was spoken that they didn't want to elect the moderator. I thought it was insane. To see if the town will authorize the municipal offices to sell any excess, unused, outdated town-owned vehicles or equipment. Vehicles shall be sold by sealed bid. All monies received to go to the capital improvement fund. To see if the town will authorize the municipal offices to pay the following items from the property tax overlay funds: refunded tax abatements and applicable interest, overpayment of property taxes and applicable interest, interest from tax anticipation notes, medical billing overpayments, prepayment reimbursable expenditures. That is the end of it. A motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
As long as you don't want.
Joyce, I have a.
Yes.
The one that says to sealed bid for lien properties, the state legislature has changed that rule where it has to go out to a broker, real estate broker, and be sold. You cannot no longer do that by bid. I'm sorry this got in here like this, it shouldn't have, but
So you're making
we
a
need,
motion
we need to amend
the
that,
To,
yeah.
to
I think you
remove
made
that
motion.
section?
I'll second it.
And so the motion is to remove that particular, starting with to see if the town will authorize to, including sealed bids.
Are you removing it or changing it?
No, we're gonna leave it in there.
What's Patty's, what's Patty's?
Just get rid of that.
Right, get rid of the sealed bid part.
So it will read, to see if the town will authorize municipal offices to sell
To sell, right,
by any means,
by state mandated means, or state approved means, or?
by state,
approved.
Yeah.
state
To sell as
approved.
mandated,
Pardon?
to sell as mandated by the state.
Yep.
We don't really need to amend that. 'cause it's kind
As men,
of one or the other.
Like within state regulations?
all right, we're
Yeah.
gonna go with as mandated by the state.
Yep. There you go.
Take out the seal bid.
With
Yep.
reserve any or, and the rest continues on?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
fine. All right, that has been, all right, yep, I will. That paragraph will now read, to see if the town will authorize the municipal officers to sell by
As
any.
mandated by the state.
As mandated by the state.
With reserve.
With, I got to cross out, with reserve any or all tax liens or deeds held by the town, which in their judgment is in the best interest of the town, and to execute quit-claim deeds for such property. Is there an approval of the amendment?
So are we voting yes?
Yes, we're voting to remove that. This is the amended article to adjust that paragraph as read. All in favor? Those opposed? We go back to the original Article 18, which I'm not going to read the whole thing again, but with the, I don't believe in bedtime stories. So.
Hey, the guy that's buying pizza's still here, so.
So-
I've been watching it.
All those in favor of Article 18 as amended?
Question.
What, Joyce?
Yes. Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought we were through discussing.
It's
Sorry.
Heather Bickford, Staples Rose. It's a generic question, but I would anticipate municipal offices would be able to do this anyways. Do they not? Is this something that has to be voted on yearly? Or
It's usually an annual.
sort of like the voting thing? And another general question, just what is a municipal officer? Like, are you guys all municipal?
No, select board,
Just the three?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Would the new selectman also be an official,
He's,
would they fall under that as well?
The town manager?
Town manager.
Yeah.
no, he's not a, I
don't
don't
think so.
think so.
Because he's hired, not
He's
appointed.
hired, he's an employee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tim,
Yeah.
did you have a question?
Just clarification on the medical billing overpayments and from that account, if you can explain that.
The what?
What was that
To
again?
authorize,
Oh, in the case that the insurance company overpays us, so gives us a $200 check rather than a $100 check, that's an overpayment, so we would have to pay them back out of the medical billing account $100. It's a rarity, I don't know, has it happened, Emo? I don't, I have never seen it.
Yeah, I don't know personally, because all the billing happens outside of us. It's done through a third party.
Yeah.
So it would probably come back in as a bill that would be paid out
Right.
of that. But
I've never seen a bill where they've insurance companies generally don't overpay. I mean, but that's what that's there for. Because if we gotta pay them back, that's what the article's for, yeah.
So, just to add something to that,
Yeah, but that's why we don't do it. We have, a third party does it.
to add to that, though, all our EMS billing goes into its own account. The only time money comes out of that is when it's voted to, like the 150,000 we did today. So if they want to reimburse that, I guess they legally can't take it back out of that account, even though it never should have been there in the first place.
It seemed like a different account.
Any more comments on Article 18? Seeing none, all those in favor of the article as amended? Those opposed? It passed. Article 19, we've already done. We've already done. We've already done. I got it. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy established for the town of Limington by Maine State Law LD1 in the event that the municipal budget approved under the preceding will result in a tax commitment that is greater than the property tax bill. Is there a motion? Jason, is there a second? Yes, discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 20 is read. Those opposed? And now, what you've all been waiting for, and entertain a motion to adjourn. Hands go up everywhere. It's seconded. All in favor? Thank you all for coming. We'll see you next year.